I just realised we were both muted for that intro. Regardless, since you guys didn't hear it, uh, yeah, again, US 230, joined by Anti, a very, very good Rivals 1 caster, especially in the Southern California, right? SoCal scene?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Um,
Southern California.
yeah, and you've done a lot of casting for European
Oh
Rivals
yeah.
1 as well, so
Yeah, it's funny because every now and then I'll hop onto an EU cast and someone in the chat will be like, "Hey, why is there an American on stream?" And a bunch of people in chat will be like, "Yeah, Anti's honorary EU. Don't worry about it."
yeah,
Because for those who aren't familiar, I've been here a while. I've been casting both Rivals One in both NA, EU, and Asia, Oceania, literally anywhere you can think of. But I haven't done much of the Rivals 2 when it comes to Europe at the very least, so I'm excited to see what y'all do have in store. And I gotta say, Amateur is where things are really, really fun to watch because that's where you see people start to figure things out, start to discover things, and have different things that they've already learned to specialize in because they have other parts of their play that aren't quite there yet. So I'm really excited to see how that does come out. Either way, I'm excited to see the rest of this bracket, especially with you, Hikari.
yeah. I mean, it's been a while since we've casted anything together, but yeah, we're gonna be starting off
Yeah.
with BRB versus Will. Two Brits, a Force Burn, and an Olympia. We've seen them here a few times, but it's gonna be a fun one to see because Will really surprised me last week. Like came out of nowhere for me, but I believe they're a Smash player, so to be fair,
Mm.
they had some background, but still we're going with Jules failed to get one. Frames stabilized a bit, but
Yeah, but I mean, either way, one of the big things about this matchup is just how unbelievable the punish game is between these two. A lot of times when you are thinking about Olympia or you are thinking about Forsburn, it's like, okay, well, you get them off stage, you just have to figure out a way how to edge guard them. And if you can get a hit with either of these characters, that edge guard is much, much easier to actually complete because it's not an edge guard, it's just a full-on kill combo.
exactly. I mean, we're seeing like BRB is doing such a good job at keeping Will at bay. Ready, only 8% of share mate and taking them down to their second.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the backing away in neutral, you can see the resets, you can see the hits. It's literally just a roulette wheel every single time, and BRB is just running an absolute clinic on this Swordsman right now.
Yeah, definitely surgical. Like, it's just jumping over the special getup for a good. These ledge dashes are insane.
Yeah, I mean, we can tell what BRB's been practicing, but right now, Will needs to find a way how to get back into the swing of things. There's one hit of Nair 1, but you're not going to get too much off of it just yet. All right, a couple more Nairs, a couple more downstrongs, but still no footing being found. There's another stock.
Yeah, you really need to be careful on shielding Olympia down there. You either need to perfect rocket or just get out of there.
I mean, that move does, what, 44.54 points of shield damage? I cannot get over that. That is significantly more than Edalus Hammer of all things, but I mean, right now, Forsburn not in the greatest of positions here. BRB very, very comfortable with this game, but off stage is not where you really want to stay.
Yeah, especially when Will has so much smoke hill on the field, where it just makes neutral that much more difficult.
Yeah, but we're seeing that smoke getting cleared out, just as you were mentioning, but right now, BRB kind of just playing around a little bit, throwing out a few extra moves. The downstrong will finally be able to take one stock, but it's a best of three. Will, you don't have so much time to really practice with this, but right now, that's one grab on the ledge. Not going to turn into too much more than that, except for this ledge trap.
Yeah, it is looking rough right now.
able to just barely get back on stage. Down throw, down strong, going to be able to get some guaranteed damage, but right now, when you have this much percent on you, you're almost certain to go down. Up towards the top, not going to be able to take the stock just yet, but will on their final throws.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Will to bring it back, but definitely not impossible.
We've gotten out of floor hugging range here. We're seeing a lot of the cape coming out. Will right now looking for some way to take BRB off the top. A little bit more difficult when you're playing against a hyper fast faller like Olympia, and there's that forward air coming through, making sure that the game is fully set in stone. Game number 1, very confidently being BRB favored, but it started getting a lot more nuanced as the game continued, as Will slowly started figuring things out.
Yeah, I mean, Will has shown they are very adaptable in quite a few matchups, so it's not as cut and dry as saying, oh, BRB wins this, because, like, again, Will came out of nowhere when it comes to Rivals 2, because I'm gonna actually look it up, see what game Will came from, but before I do, let's get back with Game 2 on Fire Capital.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what game you do come from, once you're here, we're all Rivals 2 players, but right now, coming from game number 1, this is definitely a rough position to find yourself in as BRB, as you had such a dominant early game, but this time, it's all Will. Haven't landed a single hit on the Force Burn. Seems like the deception's coming in spades.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already looking a lot better in Will's favor.
Yeah, and Will now has so much of the smoke set up, has so much more of the adaptation going. 140% on the Olympia is nothing to scoff at, but you got to be really careful that Olympia doesn't get those ins, doesn't get that up throw, doesn't get that one big combo starter. But right now, another shielded strong attack. Will is getting a little bit antsy for this kill, despite all the neutral wins going so well. BRB not going to be able to get back to that ledge, though.
Yeah, and already, BRB, the first one to make starts, there's definitely a lot of different result than last game, so just have to see how BRB brings us back, how we can see it.
Yeah, but great backspacing on that focus cancel, but right now, BRB showing a little bit more signs of life, just able to move around, able to put Will into some bad positions, but not able to get these grabs. Oh my god, Spot Dodge City. And there goes another hamster death. BRB down 2 stocks, mirroring game number 1, but on the opposite side.
Yeah, but it's definitely a rough position to be in if you're BRB. But at the same time, you can't count them out just yet. Saying that.
One down there to start things off, and Will's looking to make sure that we're going straight to a game 3. Up B not quite going to kill off the top just yet. Side B towards the stage. Just gonna double jump to grab that ledge, and all of a sudden BRB is the one getting sent off stage, is the one getting absolutely demolished here. And this smoke is paying off so much for Will.
Yeah, we are most likely going to be seeing a game 3, but it's not over just yet. Sure, there's an entire stock with a pretty big percent deficit, but BRB can definitely take this back. It's just not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, but we're already seeing all of these capes come out. We're seeing these dash attacks come out. We're seeing the smoke come out, and all of a sudden we're seeing nothing. Because Will is playing so much better around these smoke clouds, so much better around the threat of possibly being there. But right now, BRB needs to find a way how to turn things around. One down tilt, one grab could change things, but it's going to be the grab from Will. Not going to turn to a kill just yet, though.
No, not just yet, but we are definitely getting close to where it should be happening.
Yeah, Yeah, but once again, you know, BRB gets up to the high percents, and Will's starting to get a little bit antsy with trying to seal out the kill. We're seeing a lot of the down strong and neutral. We're seeing a lot of the down tilts, just hoping that BRB is going to get tagged by these, but smoke still available and no projectile available for BRB means Will does get back to stage. Are we going to see a down tilt? No, we're still not going to be able to see it. Beautiful floor hugs coming in from BRB.
Oh, there it is. And we are going on to game 3 of BRB as well.
This was the only path.
I mean, I was saying the floor hugs were beautifully done, but in the end, you will not be able to floor hug a back air sweet spot at that percent. Will taking that momentum straight back from BRB.
Exactly. Now, honestly, at this point, it is kind of about how they use this next stage. I'd say Forest Floor is Ethereum Forest is a pretty good play. That was a little scuff there, going really low with the up.
Yeah, a little bit spooky, but not going to be turning into too much just yet. This time, we're not going to be getting these 80% leads completely unanswered. It's going to be a lot more even between these two. Down throw not going to turn into too much more than that, as BRB's defensive play has slowly started to come on deck here. But I say defensive play, we've seen 6 forward airs in a row. BRB is swinging that thing.
Yeah, okay, just gonna have to see how Will continues, because it is looking pretty even so far, all things considered.
No double jump. BRB could be in a lot of trouble here, not going to opt for the ledge, instead retreating to that smoke. But Will holding onto that center stage is so powerful against BRB. And right now, down tilt not going to be able to get to that down strong quite just yet, but once again, still looking for those ins, still looking for those opportunities, still looking for the first person to go up a stock. But right now, I feel like Will is just going to start looking for these cape strongs, like start looking for these big opportunities that are still, you know, CCable, so you gotta be very careful.
Exactly. Okay, it's a tight spot to be in for Will, but no punish on the high recovery.
Yeah, but there it is. Down air into back air, going to go for the non-floor huggable kill confirmed there. But speaking of non-floor huggable, we got 3 down strongs. Okay, Will, just letting that thing rip.
Hell yeah. Okay, already Will is starting to, well, I was gonna say starting to bring it back to an even percent, but now it is even stocks again, so not looking great.
Yeah, beautiful ledge hog. Not going to be able to get much more off of that, though. And right now, BRB still trying to find a way in. Not going to get tagged by that one down strong, though. Back air reverse hit, not going to do so much for BRB yet. Still trying to get those big combo starters. The grab going to whiff. The forward air's not going to connect. And once again, it's a matter of throwing out moves and hoping that they'll lead into these big combos. But Will, just staying in that smoke, staying out of sight, and staying out of danger.
Yeah, it's really starting to get tense here, especially with BRB on the last stock, and getting hit by the pink crimson, if you can see at the bottom.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, definitely not a position you want to be in, especially when your winner's life is on the table. Right now, Will looking for more damage, unfazed, undeterred, and unbothered by this Olympia. One back air could turn things completely around.
Yeah, it's gonna be a feat for BRB to bring this back.
Alright, we're seeing these back airs come out from BRB, exactly what I was talking about earlier, where you just get one of these back airs, turn that into a big combo. And speaking of which, down tilt not gonna connect into much more. And this extra credit is continuing to pile up.
Okay, very nice gem dash into forward air there. Not much of a punish from the up B. Okay. Will once again off stage.
Not,
There we go.
not opting to hit the smoke, but understanding that Will's going to go straight to stage instead of going straight towards that smoke. And right now, BRB has a chance, has no chance. Never mind, Will immediately gonna shut me up. And taking game number 3, will be moving on to winners round 2.
Yeah, it's a face against Poetry, who consistently does really good in these US2 brackets. But speaking of bracket, let's see how it is going so far before we move on to round 2. Okay, let me just get it ready. What do you think so far with just that first set out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was mad fun to see those two just kind of go blow for blow, try to figure out what exactly it was that they needed in order to gain the upper hand on each other again and again. And in the end, Will going to be the one taking it over BRB. Very, very cool to see that adaptation come on through. And if I had to put money on a game that Will was coming from, it would be Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, with the way that Will was playing the ledge. One of the things that I do see a lot from Ultimate players when coming into Rivals 2 is a lot of them will opt not to edge guard. Instead, they will just say, hey, if you're going to get back to that stage, go for it. I'm going to hold center stage and I'm going to send you off stage repeatedly. Or maybe they'll look for a 2-frame, something along those lines. It's very rare that they will look for a ledge hog, right? Which is something that we didn't really see Will opt for, and something that certain characters really, really, really struggle to deal with. So I'm interested in seeing what Will does if faced against a Loxodon, for example.
Yeah, well, I really enjoyed listening to that, but sadly you are wrong, they came from Melee.
No!
But regardless, we are going...
My 2 cents! No!
That's not the right set. Don't know why it's not. Hello?
Back to the past. Redo. Best of 5 now.
That is not... Why isn't it? Huh! Okay, that's weird that it's not loading properly, but regardless we have Devexia and Sherka, Maple vs Loxodon, so hopefully I can get that fixed in time.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Loxodon that I was just mentioning, right, this is one of those characters that has such a good combo game as long as you can land that first hit. But right now, we're seeing Lox struggle a little bit to actually get those early hits on to the Maple. We did see some of those early up throws, but when you're playing against a lightweight fastballer, you got to really adjust your game plan early on. There we go, up throw, not going to turn into too much more than that though. And it's once again just these two players trading blows over and over again. Forward throw, off stage, and what are you going to do against the Maple? Actually opting for a very aggressive edge guard.
Yeah, I mean, Devexia got second last week in a really good performance. Is technically master rank, but only really just achieved said rank, so I'm still letting them play at least this week. We actually have a few master rank players that I'm letting skirt by, just for this week at least. And yeah,
I feel.
Everest, I know it wasn't correct. I was in the middle of fixing it. But regardless, finally with a functioning overlay. I mean, yeah.
I mean, overlay fixed, but right now, Sherka's looking to try to fix the actual, game count. Well, maybe not game count, stock count. I don't want to just count out the Maple immediately. But right now, it's so much damage coming in from Loxodon. And this is the biggest problem of dealing with Loxodon, is if you find yourself behind a Loxodon, good luck getting past that sentry turret, because there's so many of these large hitboxes coming out again and again from the Loxodon to try to deny any sort of in here. And right now, Devexia just getting straight on in, taking out another stock. And once again, sentry turret engaged.
Yeah, Devexia really puts on a show. So it's no surprise that they are doing this well. But at the same time, Sherka is no one to scoff at either. Has some pretty notable wins, if I remember.
Oh!
Yeah,
And there we go, just gonna drop down with that forward air, gonna be able to easily take that stock away. But right now, speaking of forward airs, once again looking for yet another one. I was talking about Devexia with an aggressive edge guard in the first stock, but Sherka immediately looking to repay the favor. Sentry turret might be engaged, but if you can get that sentry turret off stage, it is not equipped with rocket boosters. We are not seeing this elephant fly.
No, definitely not. Especially when you have a character that is so good at snuffing out, especially vertical recoveries. Oh,
Yeah,
Devexia,
speaking
what
of
are you
which,
doing?
all right, we're seeing the spot dodges come through. We're not seeing too much on that punish, though. 44% on Loxodon here, and Devexia in a good spot, but you got to be so careful against a Maple. Sherka right now able to sneak past with that down air. 2 up airs, looking for a third. Not going to be able to go for the full ups off the top, but right now able to barely sneak past
Very
Sherka's
nice.
defenses. Devexia going to be able to seal that with that back air.
Yeah. Some may say that SD was calculated. Gave them a really nice fast fall for that back air.
Yeah, it was JV2, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Where is Sherka going to be taking us for game 2? Oh, we're going to Crystal Oasis Rockwall for game 2.
All right, now Crystal Oasis is definitely an interesting decision here, but I don't know how to feel about it, right? A lot of Sherka's deaths were off of raw kills from Devexia. Meanwhile, a lot of Devexia's deaths were off of Sherka getting quick and simple edge guards. As far as I'm concerned, you should be going to a larger stage, like, you know, Fire Capital, but right now, you know, Sherka gonna be able to make use of those small blast zones, gonna be able to force Devexia to DI in a little bit more.
Yeah, Sherka is really putting in the work right now. I mean, a really nice 87%. Oh, a very...
Oh my god!
A very late...
All right, thank you,
roll
Trevor.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, Trevor decides that Devexia should be surviving there, so survive he will. But right now, Sherka just trying to fire off those forward tilts, trying to fire off those strong attacks. But once again, you know, commentators being proven wrong seems to be the name of the game. It's just constant aggression from this Maple.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at Sherka's previous wins, I mean, they've taken games of Elfinan, who got top 8 at City Lab, like an R2 CS event.
Oh?
Took a game off Delm, one of Spain's best. Took a game off King, one of the UK's best. I mean, really showing a really good effort and why they are doing so well these days.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about those flashes of brilliance, but can you capture them consistently? Right now, Sherka getting sent off stage, could be in a lot of trouble, gonna be able to sneak right back on stage though, and that's one up throw. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see the Maple show come back to life.
Yeah, but that was a really smart drop down neutral special. Wasn't full charge, so it didn't break Sherka's shield. That shield is not looking too healthy.
Yeah, we're seeing Sherka still go for a lot of these really aggressive edge guards. Right now, Devexia trying to sneak back on stage, trying to sneak back into a decent position. not able to set up that stage control just yet. Forward throw, not going to be able to get away from this down strong. Up B, not going to kill off the top. Doesn't matter how floaty you are just yet. You gotta hit that meaty up B if you really want it, but there's a meaty up strong to really seal the deal.
Very, very impressive stuff so far from Sherka. I mean, yeah, Devexia is not going to be taking it sitting down or anything, so...
Each and every time we've seen Sherka take a stock, Devexia is so ready to respond. And right now, it's a matter of getting that mark. The moment that that mark gets put down, we're seeing Sherka go straight on in full-bodied aggression.
Yeah, it is. Such impressive stuff. So even right now. Any good situation here for either of them to spell the end for the other. Devexia getting 2 up-strongs in a row.
Yeah, but speaking of 2 in a row, is Devexia going to be able to get 2 games in a row? A beautiful get-up attack timing coming in from Sherka, but no double jump. You got to be so careful here. And right now, one big opening, one big wrap could spell the end of this game, but Sherka playing it really safe, trying to not overcommit here. Forward air, goes for another, not gonna be able to get the kill off of it though, and there we go. Ledge hog to seal the deal. We were talking about it at the end of last game. Loxodon, one of those characters that struggles a lot with those ledge hogs, so beautiful stuff from Sherka to make sure that that ledge game was on point.
Yeah, but still going back to...
We're going back?
I guess so. I mean, Devexia definitely put on quite the show last game, and this is a pretty good stage for a character like Lox with such these huge swings, such great horizontal killing power.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right, this isn't Crystal Oasis, this is Rockwall. Completely different stage. Don't look at the stage layout.
Yeah.
But either way, right, Sherka and Devexia still, once again, just trading blow for blow. We got 1 up strong. We got 2 up strong. We're not going to be getting a 3rd. I still will never get over Loxodon double up strong. It's just such a good combo. But right now, speaking of combos, down throw, drop through neutral B. Not going to be able to see out the stock just yet. But that's triple digits on the Maple. This is a light character. You got to be careful. But speaking of careful, Sherka not careful enough.
Yeah, Devexia loves those reverse edge guards, as all Loxodons should. Dear God.
Yeah, but once again, Sherka is going to have to deal with a Loxodon while Sherka's the one behind. And this is the hardest part to deal with when you're against Loxodon, right? Because he just starts getting set up, he starts throwing out these hitboxes, and you can't actually approach as easily as you might want to.
Exactly.
All right, forward throw. Once again, just looking for these seeds, looking for these wrap opportunities, but not going to be able to get much off of it.
Not just yet, at least. Maple's get up ledge attack is such a big hitbox.
Yeah, it's absolutely enormous, but right now, this lead is getting ridiculous. There we go. Forward throw into Tether Nair. Going to be able to seal that one out. 80% though on the Maple. That's a huge amount of extra credit. So right now, Devexia still in a little bit of trouble. Hasn't been able to find his footing, as Sherka's been able to make sure that extra credit is as not useful as possible.
This is such a volatile matchup. No tech.
Oh!
What a beautiful down air from Devexia there. Sherka on their last stock.
Potential last winner side stock for Sherka here, but forward air. Not going to go for the double forward air. Instead, going to keep it safe. I mean, we saw what happened in that first stock, right? But Devexia doesn't actually have any magma charge here, so Sherka should be free to go for a few more of those crazy moments. Up air, not going to connect off the top just yet. But back throw, still not going to do it.
Okay. both of them being very careful right now. Okay. Oh, this is... Okay, forward air, not a great place to be if you're Devexia. No magma.
Yeah, no magma available for Devexia, but still no Ledgehog available for Sherka. Had that mark been applied, that was guaranteed death here. Sherka just trying to avoid taking any extra damage. But there it is. That's one up throw. That's two up throw. That's one up strong. Not going to be turning into that double up strong that we've seen so many times. But there we go. Dash attack, tether, up air to even out the stock count. Who's going to take it on such a volatile stage?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at the moment it is looking to be Devexia favored, but Sherka is not making it easy for us to decide just yet.
Yeah, forward tilt, sorry, going to be able to deal with that meatball for just a little bit, but dash attacks start to come through. The beautiful special getup from Devexia, making sure that Sherka isn't going to be able to have more and more Oki setups, but once again, forward tilt, looking for the seed. It's all about that seed. It's all about that one big win condition. But speaking of win conditions, Upstrong's definitely one for Devexia.
Yeah, exactly. It's really not looking great for Sherka right now, especially with Devexia throwing out all of these Upstrongs. Okay, a very nice wall jump back air there. This isn't looking good. And Sherka takes it with the double dunk. My goodness.
Yeah, and in the end, it's all going to boil down to that dash attack into immediate double dunk. That game started off with a failed double dunk attempt, but Sherka not going to be deterred, instead going to fall back on that one opportunity right at the very end, saw the opportunity and took it straight to the next round and into that top 8 winners side. Sherka, seed number 7, going to be able to take out Devexia's our seed 2 of the tournament here, but I gotta say that was extremely close between these two, so I'm excited to see if we do end up seeing some sort of a rematch, although that had to be all the way in grands.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean,
I guess it could also be a losers finals.
yeah. Still, yeah, I mean, such brilliant play, but I mean, yeah, we are getting so close to our top 8. If anything, winners is already full with Poetry and Mrimps topside and Sherka vs Everest in the second semis set. So it's definitely going to be a fun one to see. If anything, we could just get straight into it. I mean, again, we have our winners side already, so just need to...
And get that party going.
Yeah, just need to get it ready on start itself. And yeah, we are pretty much good to go, so I'm going to get our top 8 ready to play, and we will be starting with going back to actually no, we're going to be starting with Poetry and Mrimps. Poetry, our top seed, does really well, though I will say we are missing our other top seed, Rano, in Turtle, who wasn't able to make it this week, sadly. Which
Unfortunate.
is, yeah, a real shame, because they are one win away from actually being Razband. So if they managed to show up tonight and take the win, that would have been their season done already. But regardless, let us get into it with Poetry and Mrimps. Let's get that up on here. Okay. But yeah, Mrimps we haven't actually seen here on ERS2 in quite a while, honestly. but they used to show up quite a few times in Season 1, so it's good to see them back. But Poetry has really been putting in the work recently, so...
Yeah, I mean, especially with a matchup like this one, right? Where we've seen it time and time again in Rivals 1, where it's like, okay, well, you know, the Rano just manages to get a hit, and Orcane has to duke it out in the blender, right? Meanwhile, in this kind of game, Orcane, a much better character in comparison to the rest of the cast than what we usually see in Rivals 1, as if you're taking a look at the general consensus, I mean, it is Rivals. Nobody really agrees on where anyone is placed in terms of tier list placings. But one of the big things here, right, is Orcane has so much pressure on the shields, so much ways how to deal with those floor hugs that are very difficult for a lot of players to deal with. But so Poetry has to figure out a way how to get past a lot of Orcane's use of the system mechanics. In the meantime, you know, Rano, very good character, jack of all trades, master of honestly a decent amount of them, right? His edge guarding is absolutely insane. The character's ability to just control the neutral with those poison darts is also always going to be extremely strong. And combo game is still very much a power point for the Rano. But in the meantime, I'm interested in seeing how Poetry does pilot her frog. You know, should be very interesting to see what this does turn into. But I mean, Seed 5 versus Seed 1. As far as seeding goes, right? I mean, it's not like seeding's the end all be all. We already saw Sherka make a decently sized upset earlier, but in the meantime, right, it's supposed to be an uphill battle for our Orcane over here.
Yeah, and again, Poetry consistently top 3 for US too, so it's gonna be no surprise how this goes. I mean, Mrimps, if I'm remembering correctly, also did pretty damn good when they used to enter US 2 as well, and to be fair, Poetry was there already as well, so I don't actually know if they have any like matchup history, but regardless, I have both of them in the lobby, so we'll be getting right into that very soon. So let's get to it. Regardless, how do you think this is gonna be going for the rest of this bracket, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it does develop. I really don't know enough to actually say anything definitively. One thing I will say, right, Orcane versus Rano is one of those matchups that, at the very least, was very, you know, back and forth a lot of the time when I would last watch it. But now that Orcane is tangible during his side B, I'm interested to see if we are going to see those 4-stack needle fairs that Rano has so consistently against a lot of the cast, at least, you know, in Rivals 1. In Rivals 2, we see a lot less of the 4-stack needle fairs because you do have people opting for the ledge itself. So a lot of the times it turns into the better Rano players are opting to grab the ledge and then just continually send your opponent off stage with those back airs. So I'm really interested to see, you know, is Poetry the type of player to go for repeated edge guards, just throw your opponent off stage on repeat and just constantly rack up damage, or is she the type of Rano to just go straight for, you know, the kill? In the meantime, you know, Mr.
It's Mrimps.
Mrimps. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I know. I had this whole thing before when it's center, but yeah, still, yeah.
Okay, but Mr. Imps would be so funny, though.
I know it would be, but still, going
like, can you think of that? It's just like 3 imps in a trench coat.
I do wish that was their tag now, but still, we are getting straight into it on Jaws Fail.
Yeah, speaking of tags, Mrimps going to be able to draw first hit with those forward strongs. I mean, the fact that we're seeing these strongs this early on is very, very interesting. A very unique stylistic choice from Mrimps here. In the meantime, Poetry going for the tried and true damage on damage. So as it turns out, hitting your opponent is pretty conducive to getting a lead. But right now, Mrimps has the bubbles, has the setups, has the down throw. Not going to be able to turn that into much more than that, though.
No, not just yet. I mean, Poetry has such a intense knowledge of her character. I mean, but that back air, dear God.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the back air is just nice. I would call that one a very nice needle fair, though. But right now, you know, both of these players already showcasing a very, very interesting style of play, right? Mrimps really likes going for these reads on their opponents. In the meantime, Poetry is going for some very, you know, calculated combo extensions that feel a lot less vibe-based and a lot more you know, percentage-based.
Yeah.
Right? Oh my lord.
Yeah. Okay. I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far.
Yeah, speaking of what we're seeing, I mean, up air coming from Mrimps, once again going to be able to put Poetry in a difficult position. Back throw into that bubble. Are you going to see another back air? No, we're not, but I swear a single one of these aerials could do it. And there was the last one that I was thinking of, but we are going to be able to see those stocks evened out. And I gotta say, I really love the dynamic between these two, right? It's a matter of the 90% mix-ups versus the 50-50 mix-ups. And if you do win out on that 50-50, you can get a lot of damage off of it. And we're seeing it come in from Mrimps, but Poetry right now slowly eking out that lead, going for those very consistent 90% mix-ups.
Exactly. Oh, that's... Thank goodness Mrimps still had Puddle and was able to get a hit stun just in time to get the upbeat. Bringing it back already to a pretty even situation. I mean, both these characters could be killed now off of one good interaction, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Mrimps once again go for another one of those 50-50s. In the meantime, Poetry looking for the down strong. I was almost expecting to see that forward strong for certain, but you know, down throw, down strong was how she got stock number 2, so it's how she's looking to see out stock number 3, but another forward strong in neutral from Mrimps there, and the 50-50 is gonna be coming up all axolotl.
Exactly. Now, it's gonna be interesting to see what stage Poetry is going to pick for game 2, because like, I feel both these characters have such a good offstage that she really needs to decide what she wants to sacrifice, what she wants to really push into when it comes to her playstyle. So we're going on Merchant Port for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate it, right? Rano does so well with that platform layout. And once again, right, I've said before, Poetry likes going for those 90% mix-ups, where 90% of the time your opponent is going to be opting for this option, and this will cover that option, right? Mrimps, on the other hand, goes for very clear 50-50s, where it's like, well, I mean, if it works, it hella works. If it doesn't, I die. And speaking of which, this time, the coin's gonna be flipping up frogs, and Poetry gonna be able to take that lead. There's a lot of damage coming from Mrimps here.
Just have to see how it continues, because Poetry, at a pretty high percent, did take the first stock, but it's about how long she can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting here. We're seeing that down strong come through. And I say that Poetry's been going for a lot of these 90% mix-ups, and then we see the tongue start to come out, right? I mean, it's all about, you know, what seems to be working in the moment. until, you go for one of these really big hard reads. Down throw forward strong from Mrimps, though, to be able to seal the deal on that one. Down throw down strong from Poetry. Once again, a solid response.
Yeah, very solid indeed. Okay. Resetting back to a little bit of neutral here. Okay, goes straight for that back air.
Yeah, and Poetry's just always going for these down throw down strongs. I mean, it's good damage, and speaking of damage, back air number 2 gonna be able to sweet spot and seal the deal. Once again, waiting for that spot dodge. And Mrimps in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, 4 stacks. Really has to start being a bit more careful with how much they throw out their attacks, especially with stacks on board. Okay.
Yeah, down throw looking for that S-Strong. No, not going to be going for it. Right, and Mrimps is searching for some opportunity, searching for that kill. It's honestly so interesting to see how hungry Mrimps is for these kills, regardless of what percent Poetry is at. Poetry could be at 20%, could be at 120%. You will not see what percent Poetry's at by the way Mrimps is playing, but instead the way that Poetry actually ends up getting taken off the top.
Just gonna have to see how this continues, how this goes. Okay, that was nearly a close repeat of last start. Mrimps able to make it back on stage pretty securely, but
Strong?
yeah. I think Mrimps was trying to go for the bubble to save them, but just wasn't able to DI it far enough. And Poetry takes game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that bubble was all the way around the world, right? Just on the opposite side of the stage, but Mrimps had the idea immediately. So we're seeing those flashes of brilliance come on through. Just unfortunately, this flash of brilliance was a strike in someone else's bowling alley. But right now, we're going to see what happens in game number 3. Godai Delta, a very neutral stage between these two characters. We're going to be able to get rid of a lot of Rana's movement options on the multitude of high platforms, but you have to be really careful because that low ceiling means that Orcane could die off the top very early to a sweet spot up strong. And a tech chase up strong on this stage could be deadly for that Orcane.
Exactly. Oh, a very nice side B there from Poetry. Here. Yeah, Poetry, also a huge fan of these plat drop Naz and Faz even. Okay, already has Mrimps off stage. No puddle. Was that a misinput?
Nope. No puddle, no stock, but right now, Mrimps looking for that up strong. There it is. I mean, Poetry getting a little bit too tongue-happy. You got to hold on to that one in neutral. At the very least, when you're at a super high percent, if you're at a low percent, you're not going to be, immediately losing the stock off of whiffing it. But right now, Mrimps and Poetry still going blow for blow.
Okay, a very nice soul interaction there.
Yeah, the forward air to grab was really well done from Poetry, but once again, forward throw coming in from Mrimps trying to get that edge guard started. We're seeing a lot of these hydroplane shields coming in from Mrimps here. I'm expecting to see a pivot grab come through, but down throw, down strong, not quite going to do it just yet. Now, if Mrimps manages to land another one of those F-Strongs, that will be a full game up for Mrimps, but right now, 11% on Poetry. She still has a way how to even out that stock count. Honestly, about 20% more, and the sweet spot up strong will absolutely take it away from the Orcane. But Poetry right now in a tough position.
Yeah, Mrimps really is not making it easy for our resident Rana here. Okay. Oh, it's looking tough. Oh no! That was such a good reversal from Poetry there. isn't able to kill thanks to the puddle. But now she is on the back foot. She has to find any opening she can to make sure Mrimps doesn't bring this back.
No
Oh,
double jump.
no!
This is not the position you want to be. Poetry running off stage and double jumping before that single needle. She did not recognize it in time, and that is going to be game number 3.
Oops.
Mrimps up 2-1 right now. Poetry, our first seed, on the verge of being sent down into losers before winners finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when a player comes back from not being here for ages. It's regardless, Poetry is still doing a pretty damn good job, so it's not over yet. There is still potential of 2 more games, so
Yeah, but right now we're seeing the down air come through. We're seeing the hit falls come in as well. Poetry starting to feel herself a little bit. Once again, those tongues at these percents, a little bit risky. You don't want to be throwing away your neutral wins here.
of course not. Okay. I mean, yeah, Mrimps already bringing it back to even. Tries to go for the edge guard there, the edge hop, but just isn't able to make it in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to see, you know, the way how Poetry plays her neutral, because the way how she plays her conversions is so much more, you know, calculated, so much more textbook. But in the meantime, the way how she plays her neutral is so much more, you know, throwing caution to the wind, and it's not working out well for her right now. Mrimps able to get stock number 1 with that up strong.
Oh,
Honestly, right now, up B, going to be able to get back to the stage. Not going to be getting punished there. Poetry thought it was a kill for sure. Not getting that sweet spot, though.
okay. Tries the up strong on the get up. Okay, yeah, Mrimps just going straight for the up B, not taking any risks.
Corner. All right, there we go. Down throw fair, gonna be able to seal the deal. But I mean, now that Mrimps is at these lower percents, I'm honestly expecting to see another one of those Randy F Strongs in neutral. But yeah, this is Mrimps we're talking about. Goes for a lot of these crazy 50-50s. And if Mrimps is the player that I think they are, we're not going to be seeing that F Strong nearly as often now that we're actually used to it.
Yeah, Poetry really smart in going back and forth between puddle and ledge, but just isn't able to get to the puddle in time. That back air is bringing her down to potentially her winner side stop if she's not careful.
Yeah, and Mrimps goes for an early up B, just aggressively getting right back to stage there.
It's not
going to be
yet.
able to get back to stage after that one, though. And all of a sudden, Poetry and Mrimps still playing it last stock. Down throw, looks for another one of these tongues in a crucial position. You know, Poetry says, like, all right, you know, I know that this is not necessarily a great idea to go for, but that's why they won't expect it, and it's not going to work out. Poetry certainly not going to get back to stage. And Mrimps taking it 3-1 over our first seed, moving on to winners finals.
Yeah, I don't think Poetry was expecting the side B to take her that far, and just wasn't able to make it back to stage in time, and is unfortunately dropping down to losers quarters. But we now have our full top 8 bracket, so let's get that up on screen and take a quick look at what we are working with.
My chair keeps on falling down a little bit, so I keep on going a little bit further down on the cam. But either way, you know, we'll see what happens with this bracket as Poetry falls down into losers side.
Okay, but we'll be moving on to our other winners semis with Sherka and Everest. So let me actually fix that on here since. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Cool. So yeah, again we'll be bringing Sherka back onto stream to face Everest, who also comes around to US2 quite a bit. So and always does really well, but is usually just shy of first place.
I mean, right now we're gonna have to see how things do go. Maple versus Zetterburn, extremely volatile matchup. Once again, it's another one of those moments where it's if you can get a hit, you can get a kill, and if you can get a kill, you can get a game. You can get a game, you can get a series. But it's all about landing that first hit. It's all about getting those big, real openings and big, real conversions. Right.
Exactly.
In the meantime, I mean, Sherka, as we've seen, very aggressive on those edge guards. And against a character like Zetterburn, that's exactly what you need, right? You need to find a way how to take away, the ability to get to that ledge, the ability to get back to that stage. In the meantime, Everest rocking that Zetterburn almost certainly will have a fun time dealing with a fast faller that will get absolutely demolished by some of your conversions.
Yeah, I mean, she is really good at just piling on the percent. Just has an absolute understanding of her character and how to use him well. As we go for Merchant Port for game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Merchant Port game 1 start. We're gonna have to see how things do develop. Sherka, very hypey after that last game. We saw them on stream, but still, you cannot be overly aggressive into a Zetterburn. Any one of these trades could lead to death. Right now, Everest offstage, able to get right back on, and she's in a little bit of control, but not for very long. Sherka still able to get these seeds, get these wraps, get this damage, and get this kill.
Oh my god, that was so quick. Sherka doing so well to get that early start.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. This is absolutely what we anticipate from these two characters, these two players. Forward air, not going to be able to lead into a kill just yet. Everest needs to find a way how to actually seal the deal. Going to hold on to that ledge, not going to be able to do much more with it, though.
Okay, very nice down throw forward from Everest.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can still do things like down throw fair, down throw up air, up throw fair, sorry, on fast fallers like this is one of the things that makes this matchup so volatile, right? Especially on a lightweight fast faller like Maple. In the meantime, we see the shines coming out. We are seeing the forward tilts from Sherka to try to deny some of that aggression. But right now, no double jump from Everest, just opts to go towards the platform, not opting for the ledge. I mean, it's one of those reasons why Merchant Port's such a good stage for Zetterburn. Make sure that the character has the ability to actually get back to the stage.
Exactly. Okay. Everest managing to make it back from a really tough position. Sherka just getting such a needed upstrong there, bringing Everest down to her last stock of the game.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really concerned about, though, is Everest has this habit of double jumping to those platforms to go for that waveland. If Sherka manages to get one nair in between those double jumps, it could mean absolute disaster for the Zetterburn. But in the meantime, this is neither here nor there. Sherka's off stage. Everest now in a decent position is what we would say if it weren't for the immediate reversal. I mean, blink and you miss it. This is a match that will go 150 kilometers an hour.
Okay. Oh,
Up strong?
Yeah, that's a real nice up strong from Everest there.
Yeah, both players sitting at kill percent right now. You got to be so careful. But one grab going to whiff, not going to turn into much more than that, though. And Everest starting to fish for these grabs, starting to fish for these down airs, knowing that a single bad interaction could lead into death.
Okay.
All right, Shine Dare, not going to turn into much more than that, though.
Up throw, just trying to build as much percent on Sherka as possible before she finds her kill. Oh, this is not
Yeah, but
looking good.
Sherka just needs Everest off stage one more time. But I was thinking that was going to be one more reset to do it, but no, Sherka still going to show off how good their ledge hogging is. I think the only ledge hog kills we've actually seen have been from Sherka today.
Yeah, honestly, and I mean, Everest not making it back onto stage, trying for the ledge, and honestly suffering for it. Okay, but as she always does with this, skin changes every game. Let's see if the Abyss skin is going to do her well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, different game, different skin, different vibe, different character, but right now, Sherka and Everest going toe to toe here, as we're just seeing hit after hit come in from both of these players. Dash attack to start things off. Right now, we can see that Everest is just going straight for the kills. Sherka, on the other hand, just opting to get Everest off stage, trying to make sure that they have full stage control, but one plat drop fair could spell the difference.
Exactly. She is really just trying to make it count as long as she can. A very nice stack is there. Not gonna kill just yet though.
Yeah, I mean, Gatling is very, very close to killing if Sherka is on fire right now. But honestly, Everest in a tough position, not going to die just yet. Down B, going to be able to get that double jump back. One down tilt, not going to be able to actually convert into that kill though.
Not yet. Okay.
A beautiful down strong from Sherka to be able to take the early stock. But right now, if Sherka is on fire, anything from Everest would kill. Right, forward throw would kill. Down tilt, jab lock, up strong would kill. I mean, down throw, up strong would kill. Speaking of up strongs, actually no, opting for the up air there. And Everest right now in a decent position, but you know, you don't want to be taking so much extra credit. You just need one big opening. And once again, she's struggling to find these kill confirms.
Yeah, but she's looking in a bit more of a confident position here, and then last game, especially taking that start, bringing it a bit closer to even.
Yeah, a bit closer to even, but as I said before, when both characters are sitting at kill percent here, you got to be really, really careful. But right now, Everest in control. One up throw, not going to be able to get much off of that tech chase though. And Sherka in a bit of trouble despite that percent lead, and the forward tilt just barely going to whiff.
God. Okay. Sherka makes it back on stage pretty nicely. Everest is just trying to keep them at bay for as long as possible.
I mean,
Oh,
Everest
that's
moving at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour, but going to be moving straight into that blast zone. Forward air not going to be able to connect with that sweet spot. Everest still not quite going to be able to seal out the stock, just falling behind one step before Sherka can actually get that stock. But no, up strong not going to connect. All right, so now we're seeing Everest look for these tech chase upstrongs. And we're seeing a lot of the aerials where we should have seen upstrongs before, but now, going for these strongs where the 50-50 coming up heads will absolutely kill. Up air, I mean, might as well have been an aerial up strong when you get that sweet spot at that percent, but Everest and Sherka still remaining within 40-ish% of one another.
Yeah. Okay, very nice little from Everest. Okay. Yeah, Everest really good at mixing up her recoveries.
Yeah, but Sherka right now opting to try to find a way how to actually seal the deal. Downstrong going to do it. Another tech chase downstrong for Sherka going to be able to propel that Maple forward. Everest on the verge of getting 3-0'd here. You got to be really careful against this Maple. What skin swap are we going to see is the real question. But honestly, my big question here is what is going through Everest's head? Right, a lot of the times we're seeing the full commitment onto some of the damaging combos rather than onto the kill combos, right? Missing out on a few of the conversions where they are available. But on a stage like Godai Delta, these kill confirms will be unbelievably deadly against a light fate like Maple.
Yeah. Gonna be tough to come back from, but it's definitely not gonna be impossible. Almost makes it.
Yeah, almost ends up getting ledge hog there, but Everest understanding if anyone's gonna be getting that ledge hog, it's Sherka. You got to go high, but speaking of which, Sherka trying to make sure that Everest goes low, but there we go, down there to start things off. Everest now in a little bit of control, but one back to start things off. Up B not going to kill just yet. Double jumping out of that down B, but Everest not going to be able to get much off of it. No double jump on Sherka, but no ledge hog from Everest.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Everest right now. Especially with such a good roll read, but is able to shield it. Okay, Everest off stage.
Forward tilt does send Everest off with the reverse fair. Thank you, Trevor. Going to be able to even out, not even out, but actually take the lead entirely. But right now, Everest, struggling, playing disadvantage on repeat. Needs to find a way how to slow down the pace of the game. You only have one more game to work with here, so you have to make a change right now.
Exactly. I mean, already Sherka has evened out the percent, so it's not going to be too easy to come back for Everest. She really needs to start playing a bit more explosively, like we've seen her do in the past, but at the same time, this matchup is just... It's not too common, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matchups where the big issue right now with Everest is now that she's gone to game 3, now that it's 2-0 and Sherka has the lead, Everest is currently playing to not lose. It feels like a little bit more of trying to avoid these big neutral hits from Sherka rather than trying to look for a way to actively kill Sherka, right? But right now, down air, sorry, not gonna turn into much, and there's the kill reversal from Sherka. Everest trying to find some sort of opportunity here. Down throw, not gonna be able to get that down strong, but we're seeing the kill attempts come through. So right now, I mean, it's almost like Everest is listening on the stream.
To be fair, she might be. I don't know if she mutes stream during gameplay, but... Okay, that is classic Everest. Because she knows she can't really do anything off a Halo parry, so she just stands there. Okay, not looking great. But oh, she's...
Not not in the greatest of positions here, but Sherka, you know, still going to play it consistently. Says, hey, I'm just going to get 1 seed. And the moment that that happens, you are in so much trouble. But right now, Everest in a very, very bad spot.
no.
Opts for the high recovery, going to get tagged by that F-tilt, and there it is, 3-0 with another ledge hog. Sherka going to be moving over to winners finals in a very consistent fashion.
Yeah, consistent is definitely the right word to use. I mean, they have been doing amazingly so far. I mean, yeah, but they're gonna be moving on to face Poetry next, so who knows? Maybe their run ends there, but we'll just have to see later, as we are going to be moving down to losers side to see our losers quarterfinalists. So let's first of all take another look at our bracket so far. So as we just saw, we had Poetry and Mrimps, with Poetry obviously going on, and then Sherka and Everest. Sherka obviously taking the win there. But we'll be moving straight on to our next set with AZax and BRB. AZax, who hasn't entered here before in US. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, they've already managed to make it to top 8, so we're going to be seeing something nice at least.
Yeah, managed to make it into top 8, and with another unique character, no less. Actually, do we have any duplicates in our top 8? That's actually very, very cool to see.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, yeah, no, we don't. We have Arana, Maple, a Arcane Setter, an Olympia, Fleet, Crag, and Forceman is a completely unique top 8, which, trust me, we do not get to see much. I mean,
Yeah, a 100% unique top 8 almost makes you think that Rivals is a fair and honest game. All of our big announcements are on April Fools.
Almost.
Nobody's honest. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Either way, we're going to have to see how these players do plan on stealing the win out from under each other. Right now, I believe if we are going down to that loser's side, it's going to be Olympia versus Crag. Another one of those matchups where, you know, some people will say, oh, well, you know, Olympia, just very good character, just going to run all over Crag. But there are very certain ways how you can actually edgeguard Olympia as Crag, making use of the pillar. So it's all about, you know, big conversions on Olympia's side. Meanwhile, on Crag's side, it's, can I get Olympia off stage and set up that pillar edgeguard? It becomes very difficult unless the Olympia has the, you know, wall jump, turnaround, neutral B available and on deck, but it also means that you have to be very careful about using your crystal on stage, right? Because if you're caught off stage without that crystal available, that is essentially a guaranteed death if the Crag knows what they're doing. So I'm excited to see how these two end up playing it against one another.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a long time since we've seen a Crag in US 2 top 8 at least. Because, honestly, I don't remember the last time we saw one. So it's definitely going to be a fun one to watch. It's gonna... And again, this is a new player to me. So we'll just have to see how they do.
Yeah, gonna have to see how things do develop, but right now, I'm really excited to see what these two have in store for us. I mean, BRB, as we saw before, very, very fast Olympia player, just goes for a lot of these crazy mix-ups, but right now...
Okay, they forgot
This is not a starter stage.
They forgot to set so anyway. Thanks, guys.
Woo, baby!
Well, it gives me more time to give them the correct skins, so... Okay. So you don't actually you don't see prehistoric Crag that much in
I mean, we don't
bracket.
see Crag that much, to be fair.
Yeah, true. I will say the amount of salaryman crags I've seen recently.
Oh my
I
goodness.
love that skin so badly.
It's I am not the hugest fan of that skin, largely because of his voice lines, where every single time he pulls a rock, it's like, okay, all right. It was funny the first like 3 times, but the next 30, I could do without. In the meantime, you know, BRB could do without this Crag on their screen, as AZax in a lot of trouble. This is exactly what I was mentioning earlier, though. It's all about the big conversions from Olympia, and for Crag, it's all about that edge guard. So you have to be very, very careful here. AZax able to get back to that stage, though.
Exactly. Okay. Very low, but able to make it back as BRB was a bit more passive there. Still able to get the first stock very nicely.
Yeah, and once again, Olympia against these big body characters makes it so difficult for them, right? You get one of these up airs, one of these nairs, one of these throws, and it just turns into an absolute smorgasbord of aerials. There's one hit coming in from AZax. Not going to be able to turn it into much more than that, though. One forward throw, one back air could lead into a big conversion for AZax. So BRB has to be pretty careful. One forward air, not going to be able to do it just yet. Not seeing the pillar edge guards come on through, so this could be difficult for AZax.
Yeah, definitely, but they are definitely making it a bit more even, despite the percentage lead. Is still Crag, so even though they're on their last stock already, it's not over yet.
Yeah, and don't forget that the last time we saw BRB on screen, it was a very hard-fought match, but oh my lord! Okay, not even gonna give us a chance to analyze a thing, just going straight to that next stock as AZax and BRB evening up that stock count, just making sure that this Olympia is in a lot of trouble. Don't let that early game fool you. AZax is absolutely here to play.
Exactly, giving me flashbacks of Gothics of all players with that just deep interaction. Okay. It's still even
Still even one up tilt spike going to be a big combo starter, but BRB right now playing a little bit too defensive.
Oh my god, AZax!
BRB lets up on the pressure a single moment, and AZax said, oh, I get to play offense? Cool. And then one back air gets stringed all the way to that blast zone. BRB not in a very great position here. And I gotta say, right, BRB has a very solid Olympia, right? Goes for a lot of the correct options a lot of the time, but a lot of those times only ever goes for those correct options. So it leads to BRB getting downloaded as the games continue, right? So we saw it happen in Winterside. We're seeing it happen in Losers right now. But once again, these conversions from BRB are so good. Hamster Death coming on through, though. You can't be burning that double jump in the middle of the combos.
Definitely not. I mean, now it's a lot more effort to bring this back.
Yeah, but once again, right, what the times that we saw AZax have those big opportunities was when AZax was playing aggressive, right? AZax playing defensive from, you know, from a lead is actually something we haven't seen much of quite yet. In the meantime, you know, able to set up that pillar, able to get back onto stage, and AZax right now just looking to get as much damage in as possible. Down throw, not going to be able to get much more off of that crystal.
No, not just yet. Okay, down throw. AZax off stage. Makes it back very nicely. But that
Up strong.
Very nice.
Yeah, beautiful parry coming in from BRB there.
Oh
but
my god, AZax.
okay, AZax is absolutely wants it. I mean, it worked out in game number 1. Why stop? But right now, up throw. Looking for another grab? No, actually opts for the jabs instead. AZax wasn't quite ready for it, but once again, a lot of these correct options coming in from BRB, and now we're seeing a little bit more of the mix-ups come through, and we're seeing a lot more of this Olympia aggression.
Yeah. Very smart not getting baited into going down to pillar there. Okay.
Back throw, not going to be able to get much off of that wild throw, but right now, AZax in a lot of trouble. Down throw, not going to turn into much more than that.
Oh, down air.
Up B.
Not gonna kill just yet. Bringing out a fresh pillar. Again, AZax, just knowing that BRB isn't being too aggressive, is able to set up these safe recoveries from so far off stage.
And BRB just not opting to go down towards these pillars, which honestly I think is the correct answer a lot of the time. What are you gonna do with this? Back throw is the option, and a beautiful, spike forward air. But speaking of spikes, AZax going to be able to do that one in a quick return.
Yeah, AZax clearly.
BRB right now has the double jump.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, goes for the cargo. Doesn't get too much off of it. Keeping the pressure going on BRB.
Yeah, opts for the full jab combo on shield. Gonna get punished for it. And one down air. What's it gonna turn into? A cargo throw. And AZax right now just looking for that one big conversion.
Okay. Yeah, BRB getting a bit more comfortable little by little with going off stage.
Man, I'm scared for AZax here because we're seeing a lot of these double jumps into eventual landing aerials, and we saw the parry come in for BRB before. What are we going to see this time? We're not going to be seeing the conversion come through. Forward air not going to connect.
Oh no!
Thank you, Trevor. Gonna steal that one right away from BRB. AZax going up 2-0.
Oh my goodness. Someone check AZax's computer. This has to be Gothic's, Smurf account. No, a very nice play so far from both of them. AZax just steamrolling at the moment. I mean, dear God.
Yeah, we say steamrolling, but
Well,
a lot of these games are still very, very close between these two, right? BRB in that last one, had they gotten a parry, had they gotten that one big opportunity, could have changed the entirety of things. But one thing I gotta note, right? There were some very, solid guaranteed punishes at the end of that last game that BRB ended up missing out on. And I'm not sure if it's because of nerves or it's because of, lack of crag practice, but, you have to be on point with those.
Yeah, and Olympia can get pretty far off stage safely. So, I do think that they do need to start going for these, wider plays. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The on stage is so consistent for BRB. It's definitely a stylistic choice, right?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, while Olympia can generally get off stage very safely, against a character like Crag, you get off stage a step too far once, you immediately lose the stock.
True.
Right? And when you're playing against someone like AZax, you gotta be very careful. Jumps with the Crag though, goes for that down air, goes for that up throw, and just like that, here's those on-stage conversions we know BRB for.
Yeah, exactly. Doing so well.
blink and you miss it, and it's already triple digits on Crag. BRB, what's the option? You're going to go for the down air.
Narrowly
Oh my lord.
avoids the forward strong. Okay, gets the
B
side-
gonna grab.
Oh no. Gave
Yeah.
AZax just a bit too much time to regain their bearings, but at the same time, they have the stock lead, so it is very doable right now.
Yeah, I mean, still has the stock lead. We get one up throw, not going to be going for a third one. But right now, BRB has seemingly the download needed. But you cannot count AZax just yet. We saw how unbelievably explosive this Crag can be. Just staring down that mouse and saying, hey, if I get one of these conversions, you will die. It doesn't matter if you're at 0. It doesn't matter if you're at 300. It could 100% lead into a kill. So right now, BRB looking for more of these neutral openings.
Yeah, I have to find it soon. Okay.
All right, we're seeing the rocks, we're seeing the shards, we're seeing the forward air from BRB send AZax off stage once again. Grab's not going to connect though, but this forward air certainly will. BRB saying, hey, remember that 2-0 in winner's side? That's because it was best of 3. I say 2-0, it wasn't a 2-0, it was a reverse 2-0. But, you know, BRB saying, all right, well, I can go down 2 games, but no more than that. We're just going to continue with this one into game number 4. As AZax going to be losing out on a little bit of that control.
Exactly, and we're going to Great Eye Delta. Again, you said earlier, a very neutral stage. But, I mean, with a character with such fast aerials as Olympia, and with a character with such good stage control as Crag, it is... Oh no!
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. These two players are just going completely ham. Just continually firing off against one another. But right now, AZax still looking for these double jump into some kind of aerial, right? It's some kind of hitbox. But right now, mixing in those cargo throws means that there's even more you have to worry about against this Crag.
Exactly. It's gonna be a Herculean feat to bring this back for BRB, but if they're gonna do it, it's gonna be now, like you said earlier. Having that extra wiggle room of 2 more games might just be what BRB needs.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying that it might be a Herculean feat. Have you seen the muscles on Olympia? I mean, if any character can do it, if any player can do it, BRB is certainly one of them. Going to be able to DI away from that 1 kill from AZax, but right now, up throw actually is the option chosen here. Back air? No, just up straight for the up B. It's not going to purple, but it's certainly going to take the stock. Right now, BRB opts for the forward air as the response to that charged F-Strong. No fear on this punch rat.
Yeah, not yet. Okay. I mean, yeah, BRB is doing so well. It's just like ignoring the percentage. Because they know with Crag, percent doesn't count. They find a good opening, you're dying no matter what.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these double jump aerials come on through though, and while it worked out for AZax in the last one, there we go. There's the empty hop into that grab. I was about to say, you gotta be careful about the grab starting to come through. Right, tilt not going to turn into much more than that, and this should be the up air. That should be the kill. AZax pulling out the lead, but no, goes for the back air.
Very nice back air on the side B there to keep AZax on stage just a little longer, but wasn't able to find much of it though. Okay.
Up B?
That's definitely gonna do it. Okay, final stop. Can BRB bring this to a game 5?
Good question. I mean, we've seen the aggression from BRB do so well here, but we've also seen BRB flub in these crucial moments. We have to see whether or not BRB is feeling the pressure, or if AZax is, you know, going to end up being a little too desperate to seal out the set. We've said before that AZax isn't really in these positions too often. This is the first time we're seeing AZax in EU RAS, but right now, BRB has that up throw, has the up airs, has the conversion. What are we gonna see?
Not much just yet. Oh my god, AZax.
Oh my god.
Madman.
All right, that spike not gonna turn into much more. Recognizes the double jump was spent.
Okay. Is AZax gonna go for another one of those wild swings with the forward strong? Or are they gonna start playing a bit more careful? That down air could have been the start of something massive. Okay.
Yeah, that one grab going to whiff, but not gonna turn into anything, as BRB with that fair brings us to game number 5.
I'm late for class.
Are we going to see a reverse sweep in losers?
I don't know, but it's definitely possible. It's gonna be a tight final game. But where is AZax gonna bring us? Okay.
Extremely back and forth between these two. We're going back to Godai Delta. Now, a lot of that last game was AZax getting comboed, you know, again and again. We weren't seeing the same patented aggression coming in from the Crag. More of playing to not lose rather than playing to win. But right now, we're seeing AZax come back in full force. Ever the aggressor, even to their own detriment. But right now, able to get back onto stage. Getting sent off once again, but BRB still in the percent lead, but still not seemingly in control.
Yeah. Starting to show a bit more signs of life. Trying to bring that control back. AZax clearly looking for a roll read there. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing AZax go for these, you know, big reversal opportunities. At the very least, make sure that BRB is thinking about each and every one of them. The DI out on that down strong, not going to save AZax, but the DI wherever on stage is not going to save AZax from that forward air. Up throw, what are we going to get? Oh my god! Yeah, AZax is putting the fear of God in BRB right now, just saying, hey, if you go off stage to try to contest me a single time, I'm going to kill you for it.
Yeah, exactly. I do love when Crags show that kind of aggression. You don't see it too often, but when you do, at this kind of aggression, it is scary.
There's that side B. Are we getting an up strong? No, we're getting another side B?
Okay. Oh my god! I don't know if you saw it, but AZax went for the neutral B there. On the bounce back.
Oh,
that would have been terrifying.
What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, AZax has thrown all cautions to the wind. It's almost like they heard us, but right now, BRB and AZax hearing our calls for a banger of a set. As we're getting the final stock between these two, 12% to 12%. You could not ask for a more even game 5, a more even set, a more even match between these two players right now. AZax still not letting up on that aggression. BRB opting for the neutral resets, opting to try to slow things down, but AZax once again jumping up into the air. This time the aggressor not just opting to not lose, opting to win or lose on their own terms. One forward air, not going to turn into much more than that though. Almost had the opportunity, and one more crystallized, still beautifully DI'd from AZax.
Yeah, AZax making really good use of their rock to recover. It does not kill just yet. That gem field is such a threat, but it manages to get around it. Okay, BRB with so much control, so much pressure. There it is, and BRB takes game 5 in the reverse sweep. Such a beautiful set as they move on to face Poetry in Lucy's quarters.
I'm late for class.
Dear.
Yeah, and right at the end there, you saw BRB opt for that down throw that AZax has been DIing out each and every time. But this time around, had the crystal field available, and AZax says, all right, well, if the crystallized pops, I'm going to continue to DI out. Unfortunately for AZax, that pillar not going to save you from the Olympia Giant Fist, as AZax going to be dropping down at a respectable 7th place here. Honestly, really, really great stuff from both of these players, but BRB is absolutely going to be a massive competitor to watch as the tournament continues. And I gotta say, that was a crazy set. Game 5, last stock, but in the end, Punch Rat reigns supreme.
Yeah, I mean, for their first showing in ERS 2, AZax, what a show you put on. Very, very convincing to be put here in top 8. So, well done, and honestly, I hope we get to see more of you in the future. But we will be moving right on to our other side of Losers Top 8 with Hegemony vs. Will. So...
Alright.
Oh, accidentally put myself in. Let's ignore that. Anyway, yeah, Hegemony and Will. Fleet vs. Force Burn. So it's gonna be an interesting one. I think these two played last week, so we'll just have to see how that goes this week. Okay. Already going straight into game 1 on Jules Vale.
Yeah, I mean, gonna be starting things off on Jules Vale. It is going to be the Fleet versus the Forest Burn. And I gotta say, right, we already saw how powerful of a player Will was, but right now it's all about, you know, Hegemony, just continuing to get these hits and continuing to get the beautiful conversions. But right now, one down air to start things off. Will, as we've seen before, very, very strong when they get that smoke set up, when they get that neutral play started.
Exactly.
Beautiful Omps attack.
Okay. Very nice so far.
Very nice so far. I mean, Hegemony is going to be able to continue this, you know, onslaught, but one down air has the Fleet off stage. What are we going to turn that into? No, a whiff on the down strong. Wasn't quite able to get that dash needed.
Not just yet.
Right, no air dodge, no stock actually, and Will opting for the full control on that, you know, consume. What are we going to see that turn into though?
Now we'll just have to see. Okay.
All right, that's one downer. Going to get a shield up before the second one, though. And all of a sudden, we're seeing those downer just come on through. So much work to do away with the potential of a 4-hug reversal. But right now, Will in a lot of trouble. Down tilt back air could be big.
Yeah.
Forward strong, not going to be taking the kill just yet, but we've got so much smoke on stage, immediately going to get cleared out by that down B. Upstrong's going to go straight into the sky, but not going to be doing much more than that.
high percent on Hegemony, but Will is looking in a bit of a rough patch here. Hegemony is just keeping their distance, doing so well to keep Will at bay. But we are down to our final stock of game 1.
Final stock of game number 1. The back air sends Hegemony off stage, and just like that, Will, in control, nicks the percent lead. It's all about who actually gains that stage control. Right now, it is going to be Hegemony, but one strong up B from Will, turning things right around. We have Consume here. We have Combust on deck. One down strong, not gonna turn into the kill just yet. The down air coming from Hegemony, not going to do much more than buy a little bit of respite.
Okay. Will with the advantage. A very nice.
Up strong.
Very nice edge dash and up tilt. Again, just keeping Will at bay. Not doing much about the smoke though, which may be Hegemony's downfall.
Alright, one back air, not gonna get much more than that though. Will not opting to parry these down airs, but the back air going to come on through as Will takes game number 1. It was super back and forth between the two.
Exactly, but in the end, Will is the one that takes our first game. So we'll just have to see how Hegemony does with the rest of this set. Okay, where is Hegemony going to be taking us for game 2?
Yeah, and honestly, one of the things that I'm wondering here is what kind of adjustments are you going to be making as the fleet? I argue that fleet and Forsburn is actually a very, very difficult matchup for the fleet, because once you are off stage, Forsburn's down air is just such a difficult thing to actually deal with. But right now, we're not really seeing that come into play. Right now, what we're seeing is these two just duking it out in the neutral, and a lot of it is these big conversions that, they'd be able to get on really any character. So Will just continue to come out on top. It doesn't really seem to matter what the percent is. It's just about that stage control.
Exactly. I mean, it is pretty even percent-wise, but Will is looking more in control than Hegemony right now.
Yeah, I mean, and it's almost like Will was listening in on my critiques earlier, right? Saying, hey, you're not really grabbing that ledge, you're not really playing that ledge hog game very much, but instead, right, we're seeing a lot more play towards that ledge, a lot more pressure, and that's the thing you have to do against Fleet. If you can force Fleet to go onto stage, that is a guaranteed punish each and every time.
Exactly.
Down strong, there it is.
Very nice down strong.
Yeah, I mean, able to immediately call out, hey, you're not going to tech this nair, I'm going to get that down strong. We're seeing double forward throw going to work out very, very well for Will here. Down strong on that parry as well, just saying we're going straight for damage. We're going for something that will demolish you if you do attempt to floor hug this. And once again, Forsburn off stage is not a place where this character wants to be.
No, of course not. Let's just see. I mean, Hegemony making really good use of their side B. But at the same time, again, they are not doing enough about this smoke. It's giving Will such a huge space advantage.
But there we go, one forward throw, another down strong, and another set of percentage on this fleet. The up strong not going to do it quite yet, but here we go. Combust on deck, one forward air, one up air, one big read could do it, and there we go. There's a big read, but it's not going to be the spike hit on it. Instead, back air. Going to be looking for that spike instead, and Will opting for the stage control smoke once again.
Very
beautiful
placed
up strong.
Yeah, very well placed up strong from Hegemony there. Okay, stocks are even now, but you already see the future. There's gonna be a down strong or a back air. And Will's gonna take this up. Okay, tries to put a forward strong, but again, that wasn't in my future sight. So, oh! Beautiful play by Hegemony. Proving
Yeah,
me
Will
wrong.
and Hegemony looking to rewrite the script each and every time, but Will might not want that because there was such a huge lead on this forest burn, but that one ledgehog turned things immediately around. Down air comes on through, and here comes the conversions from Fleet. This is one of the big things that Fleet does have in the matchup. You're still against a fast faller. You're still against a fire character. These throws will do so much for Fleet. These conversions will do so much for Fleet. And once again, you know, Will and Hegemony just going toe to toe.
Okay. That was very risky from Hegemony there. Somehow still alive.
No clone available for Will there. Opts not to parry, but instead just to throw out the cape. And much like a raging bull, Hegemony going to be running straight towards that and going to be dropping down off the stage. There you go, the first ledgehog kill we're seeing from Will, and the third ledgehog kill, I believe, that we're seeing not come from our Maple in winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, Will is doing so well right now. Like, again, we've seen them last week, and that's really it when it comes to Rivals 2. But they have done so well so far, especially against someone like Hegemony, who has this huge, like, a lot more experience with Rivals 2. But sometimes having general fighter experience just gives you the edge you need.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's a plat fighter, whether it's a fighting game, whether it's any other game, there's always things that you can bring in, concepts that you can apply, as long as you've got the right mindset for it. Will, very much applied in this game. We're jumping right into the action, 100% on the Fleet.
Yeah,
not going to be able to land that back air though. And Will right now looking for another kill. No, the down air is not going to be able to connect into these back airs at this high of a percent.
Yeah. And my fault, chat. Accidentally wasted 40 seconds of game, but not been a kill yet, so... Regardless, I mean... Already, Hegemony's doing really well at keeping Will at bay.
Hey, we say this, but Hegemony had such a percent deficit early on, but we've seen it time and time again. It's less about the percent deficit and more about who actually has control. Cape, down tilt, not going to be able to turn that into a kill just yet. I honestly think that Will just needs a raw down strong if they want to get this kill. Instead, it's Hegemony opting for that raw down strong.
Exactly. Okay.
All right, whether it be a down strong, whether it be a back air, it's going to be a good result for Will here. Down tilt back air coming in from Hegemony on the other side though. All right, up tilt gonna get shielded, gonna get punished, going to get demolished for it is what we'd say had not the neutral reset come through. Will right now going to get these capes shielded, but still the down strong reigns supreme.
Okay, we're just gonna have to see how this keeps going. I mean, it's pretty even so far, but that's only a percent. As you said, it's all about losing control. And Hegemony looking to take control back, but all this smoke and such great spacing, Will is just so easily taking it back.
Yeah, Will right now still just even up in percent, but Hegemony has center stage, has control, has the nair, and now has that lead. What are we going to see in response? We're seeing that forward throw. Down tilt, not going to opt for the second hit on that F-Strong. There we go, a second one, and it is going to kill. 2 charges of Consume have already been taken in by Will here. It's only 1 more until lethal.
Really not in a great spot for Hegemony, but I mean, they are doing pretty well. Okay.
All right, we're seeing the capes come on through once again, but there we go. Down throw, dash attack of all things, but the aggressive down air coming in from Hegemony going to turn things around. We're seeing these neutral interactions between these two, just playing around your opponent's ranges, just playing around all of this smoke, all of this stage control. But one more forward air has Hegemony off stage. Will not opting to grab the ledge again.
Okay,
And I was praising Will for it in the earlier games, but once again has reverted to stopping using the ledge.
Hegemony being a bit more careful from now on. That late now, taking Will so far off stage. Not much of a punish Hegemony could get there.
Up there.
But that was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it is going to be that down throw up air, the tried, the true, the classic from Hegemony saying, I am not getting 3-0'd. This is not happening. And we've seen a reverse 3-0 in top 8 already.
Yeah.
You gotta be so careful if you're Will here.
Also, you are so lucky you can't hear the audio on side, because I hate that skin. I hate the win quote for that skin for Fleet.
I don't even know what the win quote is.
And I refuse to say it out loud. So we are going on to Good High Delta for game 4.
5 gifted subs, Corey Fleet, Fleet impression on stream right now.
Hey, I don't see any of that money. This is levels to pay for Europe. If anything, that's going straight to Redux pocket. How dare you?
Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. This is all for Redux. In the end, though, we're not going to be seeing any of Will's first stock, as that's going to go down immediately. Hegemony just taking all that momentum from that last game and running away with it. But here we go, starting to play on that ledge once again. I was criticizing Will for it in that last game, and Will also understands, hey, this was something that was working in the first couple games, and this is something that I need to start doing again. Godai Delta, a very difficult stage to be playing on from a deficit against Fleet, because once you get off stage, it's just an absolute nightmare, and the neutral aspects of the stage make it so much easier to get sent off.
Yeah, but an early kill on Hegemony there. Will might bring us back a bit faster than expected. But if Hegemony can just keep playing like they are right now, then it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about that low top blast zone. So if you're Will, if you're Hegemony, you're looking for these vertical kills, you're looking for these big opportunities. And thankfully for Will, they are looking for that ledge, and they're looking for a way to deceive everyone, whether it be the camera or Hegemony.
Hey, Will just managed to make it back onto stage without needing a ledge. That would have been a ledge hog. Hegemony showing so much more focus, so much more control of the situation this round. Okay, a very nice short up. Okay, the wind bomb not gonna kill.
Certainly not. Yeah, certainly not going to kill with that one just yet. But up strong absolutely will. Once again, Fleet being punished for that lightweight floaty. Down tilt up strong, going to be able to take it in return from Hegemony.
Could see game 5 here, but I'm not gonna make it sound certain just yet. I do not want to curse Hegemony like that, regardless of how well they're playing.
Yeah, but look at the way how Will's playing right now. Will playing to try to deny the opportunity for that game 5. The shield on that cape is not going to matter. Hegemony at 75% and counting. We already saw the Upstrong kill at 100 the last time. Clone, just so stressed out, decides, I don't even want to be in this game anymore. In the meantime, Will, right now with the dash attack, has Hegemony at kill percent. If you find yourself onto that platform, you could be in a very huge amount of trouble. Will not going to shy away from the ledge this time. Understand, this is what worked. This is what I need to do. And this Forward Strong will seal the deal. Will moving on with a 3-1 over Hegemony with that F Strong.
Yeah, and as always, Hegemony putting on such a good show. But Will pushing past, believe, yeah, outperforming their seed. Though that might have just been because no, actually they've not reached top 8 before, so yeah, they have definitely outperformed their seed already, taking it over Hegemony and moving on to face Everest in losers quarters. But before we get to that, we need to resolve winners of finals and see who moves on to grands on winner's side, who gets knocked down to losers finals.
I mean, on winner's side, we are going to be seeing 2 titans of the game duke it out. It's Mrimps and Sherka. We've already seen these 2 playing extremely scarily before. Mrimps, the Orcane who continually goes for these weighted 50-50s, right? Where if you hit the 50-50, you get a ton of damage. If you miss the 50-50, you might just die, which is a level of insanity I can totally get behind. I love to see, right? In the meantime, Sherka, you know, a very aggressive offstage Maple says, all right, I am going to get you off stage. I don't care if I have to go super deep for that forward air. I will land it. The last time we saw Sherka taking on, you know, a Loxodon, for example, was a double dunk to end that set. In the meantime, against Copper, also was very, against Everest was very consistent in the way that they were playing. But we're gonna have to see who manages to take the winner's side of this winner's final.
Yeah, definitely. And I have both of them in the lobby, so it is time to see who wins out of these 2. Sherka on the ugliest Maple, or Mrimps on the Orchid. Listen, Otter Maple is so ugly. I love her.
Oh my god, chill.
She's so ugly, I love her, okay? You don't understand.
She was just born like that. Like, come on.
She was just born yesterday. She's new.
She is 3 years old. That is the youngest Maple ever.
Anyways, with that in mind, they're getting ready, they're doing the RPS. Let's see how this goes, where we go.
If I remember correctly, Sherka's the type to just pass.
Definitely seems like it, but we are going to be going to Godai Delta for our first game.
Alright, Godai Delta. The same place we saw the last game end. We're gonna have to see what's... Sorry, no, it wasn't the same place the last game ended. Anyway. You know, hallucinations aside, we are just gonna be seeing constant hits between these two, right? Just trade up damage. Just remember, right? Low upper blast zone on this stage. You got to be really, really careful. But the same kind of hits that worked for Mrimps in winner's side aren't quite going to work out against a fast faller like the Maple.
Like, I mean, seeing already, like, it is pretty damn even, all things considered. Though Sherka is definitely putting in the work and just not letting Mrimps have any room to breathe.
Yeah, this is what we say, but one back throw and all of a sudden Sherka's off stage. And there's the nair, there's the kill. Mrimps going to be able to take stock number 1. Commentator's Curse coming in clutch for Sherka here, but right now, up B going to be able to get back onto stage there. The forward airs is already coming in full force for Sherka, down strong. The second going to even up the stock count.
Yeah, very quickly.
All right, now Mrimps opting for a lot of these more calculated 50-50s is what I would call them, but I'm not even sure if I call them 50-50s. They're just straight up tech chases and deep edge guards. A completely different playstyle from what we saw in the last set Mrimps was in. But right now, Mrimps just able to get a puddle on stage, and all of a sudden, now the Arcane's allowed to go. Now the Arcane's allowed to just hit every single button that they want.
Yeah, and doing such a good job at it as well. I mean, this is a far cry from what we saw of Sherka last set. I mean, Mrimps really just putting in the work.
Yeah, and Mrimps understanding that against the Maple, you know, that Nair is such an important tool. You got to be so careful of it. Opts for the empowered special ledge getup, but not going to be able to get much more off of that. Just opting for that bubble, but beautiful bubble parry from Sherka. I have not seen very many people go for these bubble parries, but they're still extremely important. As important, if not more important than they were in the first game. But there's that one Nair, there's that up air spike, and there we go. Every single aerial you could ask for except the back air. But right now, Mrimps just looking for some way how to get this kill. Up strong, not going to opt for it. No double jump.
Having to go to puddle. Not much of a punish from Sherka that is going to give Mrimps so much more space to bring this back. Goes for the back air, is interrupted by shield. Okay.
Yeah, opts to not do a ledge special, but there we go. There's that puddle boosted F strong that we've seen time and time again from Mrimps. It's only come out a single time in this game. Back throw, going to take it.
Yeah, God.
Sherka not ready to DI for it.
Okay. What a amazing first game from both of them. As we very quickly move to game 2 on Crystal Oasis.
Crystal Oasis, once again, the stage of choice for Sherka. We've already seen what it is that they can do when the blast zones are super close, but remember, Mrimps on the Arcane, always going for some crazy options. Speaking of which, the special getup of all things, like, I never see anybody use special getup. Like, it's just one of those moves where I sit there and I'm just like, how good is this thing? But good enough is Mrimps going to be able to take stock number 1, largely off of a conversion started by that special getup.
Okay, I mean, yeah, already Mrimps having a pretty nice lead. Though, if Sherka has anything to say about it, it's not going to last long. And if the servers have anything to say about it, Mrimps shouldn't be playing this game with the pink crimson, my god. Okay.
Yeah, but we're just waiting
Sure.
for this ping to die down a little bit.
My god. Mrimps, what's going on, dude? Oh gosh.
Oh lord, it's only getting
Oh,
worse.
Thank you, Jack.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Getting
okay.
a little bit better. No, it's
Ah.
stabilizing
Ah.
at a very unfortunate level.
Oh no, not in winners finals. Oh, okay. It's orange now. Seems like it could be.
All right, we're
playable.
under
There
the
we go.
triple digits.
Okay, and we're back. Okay. Does Mrimps think this is playable yet?
Okay, we're continuing. Hey, Sherka, chill.
Okay.
We'll wait until
There
it
we
gets
go.
to green. Okay, there we go.
I mean, at this point, I think that's the best you're gonna get, Mrimps.
Ah. Hold on. Gonna tell
God.
Gonna tell the household to turn off the microwave. You know, stop downloading Netflix. Stop watching Skyrim.
Well, Mrimps is asking for a game restart, so yeah. Oh wait, oh.
Honestly, at 2 stocks to 2 stocks, I wouldn't hate a game restart.
Oh, just
Okay,
hashing
we
things out.
are under 30 ping now.
no. Oh, okay. Think yeah, we're just gonna reset game 2. Don't want to have to, you know, DQ winners finalist. Gonna try again.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the solar surge coming in clutch for Sherka there. As, you know, that early stock was so good for Mrimps there. How do you deal with that loss of momentum? Oh my god! Sherka starting things off with an immediate bubble parry. And Mrimps not too happy about how this one's going, but at the very least, you gotta keep your wits about you if you have those external factors at play.
Exactly. Okay, already Sherka looking to have quicker, bigger momentum. My god.
Yeah, and Mrimps right now in a decent bit of trouble, already marked by that Watcher's mark. But right now, one more down tilt, not going to be able to get that sweet spot on it though. You need to barrel stuff it if you want to be able to land it. But right now, it's all Sherka, just hit after hit, blow after blow, as even in percent as you can get, but it's with a full stock in between the two. Right now, down air, not going to be able to turn into much more than that though. And Sherka able to make use of this counter pick extremely potently.
Hey. Oh, misses the second down strong somehow.
Yeah, misses out on that second down strong, going to die for it. And Sherka now not too happy about how that one went. Mrimps going to be able to slowly claw back this neutral. But once again, the special get up used, but this time going to be getting punished. Back throw going to take that kill entirely.
My god. Okay. Sherka in such a good position right now, but how long is it gonna last?
How long is it going to last is a very big question, but with these F-tilts, at the very least, you're going to be able to get a lot of extra credit damage. And Sherka just opting for the safest options a lot of the time, saying, hey, I have the lead, I don't need to play too crazy with it. Down strong, not going to be able to do much there, but down tilt, up strong
Oh no.
is the read, but not going to be the stock just yet. And all of a sudden, Sherka in a lot of trouble. Off stage, up strong, no. Instead opts for that down air.
Yeah, Sherka definitely got a bit greedy there with that offstage interaction. Manages to make it back. Yeah, Mrimps very smart in going for that up B. Gets.
Forward strong. There we go.
Okay. Gonna be difficult, but not impossible. Mrimps.
Yeah, especially on a stage like Crystal Oasis, those blast zones are extremely close, but you gotta be really careful about these floor hug conversions right now. And there we go, one Nair, Tether Nair, and Sherka going to be able to seal out game number 2, all external factors aside. Now, Mrimps, how are you dealing with this one, right? The momentum is reset. The set is essentially reset. How do you reset the mental? Where are you going? Are you going to take it back? Are you going to go to a completely different stage? I am going to guess Merchant Port. We're just going to have to see how things go. I mean, might as well be Merchant Port. There are, you know, platforms.
Yeah.
And there's water on stream.
I mean, yeah, it's. I see. There's at least
There's
one
an Orchid.
platform.
Of course there's water on stream.
Okay. I mean, already, Mrimps clearly upset about the how game 2 went. Putting in the work already.
Oh no!
Oh no! B reverses.
Yeah, it doesn't manage to get the B reverse on that up B and immediately loses that stock.
Oh no!
Now still has the puddle available, but right now Sherka running away with this one, 57% and counting, 1 F tilt. Not gonna be turning into a kill just yet. We're seeing a little bit less of the super aggressive edge guards that we were seeing work from Mrimps earlier, and no puddle available.
Still makes it back though. Again, still no puddle, but at least it's back on stage. This should be. Sherka.
Oh,
what are
and
you
waits for the-
doing?
Yeah, even waits for the air dodge, but actually not able to punish that lack of air dodge. And all of a sudden, Sherka is dead.
Punished for their greed. My goodness. Okay.
Yeah, but here we go. Up B, going to be able to once again take that stock lead. Only 1% on Sherka. How much extra credit can you get though? This up throw going to be so instrumental for Mrimps in evening out the momentum. But how much more can you do? Forward throw, puddle boosted. Going to be able to send that Maple off the stage, but it's really just about racking up this damage. It almost feels like Mrimps is the one playing for extra credit here.
Yeah, especially with how, like, just volatile Mrimps is being. Okay.
Down throw, down strong. Not going to be able to turn that into a kill just yet. But one
That
F tilt,
F-tilt,
and
my
all of a
God.
sudden, just going to take a bite out of that stock count.
I mean, it's not even just yet. Sherka still has a pretty nice lead here.
Yeah, 35% is the lead that we are talking about here, and there's one F throw to start to control the stage a little bit more. You know, Sherka had so much control earlier on in this game off of one misstep from Mrimps, but as Mrimps is playing, it's almost like a statement saying, all right, well, you know, you got the lead because I messed up. I can take that lead right back. There's one Nair, not going to turn into much more than that, though. Puddle boosted F strong not going to connect.
Oh, no.
One of those patented forward airs going to be able to do it, and Sherka going up 2-1, only one game away from Grand Finals winner's side.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for Mrimps to bring this back, but as we've seen, not too difficult. I mean, that last game was a lot closer than it had any right being.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Mrimps here, I'm going straight back, right? Oh, here we go. There's the Merchant Port pick that I was talking about earlier. I mean, last stage was also Merchant Port, so, you know, it is a run back, right? You know, there's platforms, there's water, it's Merchant Port. All right, but right now, you know, Mrimps and Sherka up.
Mrimps? Hello? What's going on? They're they're typing in Discord. Let's connection's bad. As
Maybe we're
really-
requesting a change of server.
Well, that was Paris, and they're both France, so
That's fair.
Yeah, 10 frames of rollback out of nowhere, according to Mrimps.
Yeah, that's tough.
So it's unfortunate, but Sherka is going to take the win. I mean, Mrimps was doing so well, played so hot, but sometimes that's just what happens with these online brackets.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles, but Sherka going to be taking this one to grand finals. Whilst Mrimps was definitely playing very well, we can't discount the way how Sherka was playing, right? You know, still
Yeah.
very, very strong on that maple. I mean, the Crystal Oasis game, while it was a bit of a mental reset for the two of them, played absolutely phenomenally on that stage. I mean, we've seen just how strong this maple is when given small blast zones. If you are watching the stream and you do run into Sherka later, ban that stage. Don't let them go there. Like, please. Like, we've seen it time and time again. We know it's a comfort stage. We know that it's a very good opportunity for that maple. You don't want to be dealing with a maple that knows you're going to hold in,
Exactly.
especially one that's willing to double dunk.
Yeah. But with that, let's take a look at our bracket with that out of the way. So again, we have Sherka moving up 2 grands to face whoever climbs their way through loser's side, as we move on to see Everest versus Will. Sadly, they can't. Everest isn't able to change their start tag just yet, so it's still their old tag, but we know who it is. It's Everest. But just waiting on them to join the lobby, and we'll be getting straight into it. I know I asked this earlier, but how do you feel about this bracket so far, Ante?
I mean, it's definitely an interesting one, and it is a lot of fun to see. I mean, 8 unique characters in top 8, not something we see too often, right? And much more importantly, right, it's really fun to see the players continue to grow, the scene continue to grow, and their play styles continue to change, to adapt, to, you know, really flourish as the game scene and tournament goes on. I'm really excited to see if we are going to be seeing any stylistic changes from any of these players as we continue. I mean, we saw Will earlier start to play towards that ledge, which is something that we didn't see in winner's side. So I'm excited to see a little bit more of that play coming in from these players. Last time we saw Everest on screen, it was a lot of opting for the neutral wins rather than opting for taking your kills, right? So I'm excited to see if she does end up changing that a little bit. I mean, 50-50s need to be a little bit weighted if you want to be relying on them, but at the very least, knowing when you can rely on them is a very important skill to have.
Yeah, exactly. Still, both getting ready to start. Again, Zeta burn, force burn. So it's gonna be an interesting one to say the least.
Fire character v fire character.
More common than you think. Trust me, we get a lot of fire characters in your ass. But regardless, they are getting ready, so we should be starting very soon with our
Man,
first-
I wish we had more fire character v fire character over here. We have heavies and fleet. So I'm not really helping that ratio either because I play fleet and Daedalus. So yeah, there's not very many fire characters over here. But I'm excited to see how this one does turn out. A lot of the time, right, Forsburn can set up that smoke, and it can be very, very difficult to actually deal with how much control over the stage this Forsburn has, especially someone like Will, who is holding center stage so often with that smoke and opting for those cape down tilts, right? Those cape F strongs and just going for these cape conversions. In the meantime, Everest very willing to just run straight forward. So I'm excited to see how things do come into fruition.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized because I changed her name, it doesn't actually show what she's managed to do. But yeah, everyone that watches the stream knows who Everest is. Consistently top 8, consistently doing really well here. And for those who don't know, also a very, very good Rivals 1 player. Top 8 both times at our TCS side brackets. So she has a long history in the series.
Yeah, but history or not, we're gonna have to see who writes the story in the present. Everest and Will going toe to toe. Everest already picking up a little bit of that percent lead, but once again, when both characters are spawning at kill percents, you gotta be careful from the get-go. Will has Everest off stage. What are we going to turn this into? Not much more. Right, now we're seeing the downstrongs come out from Will, but we're seeing the shine grab conversions come in from Everest here.
Yeah, and already Will having to drop low off the stage down. Yeah, Everest just keeping Will at bay. Oh no!
Oh no!
He goes too low with the up beat.
Yeah, just barely misses out on that. Every single one of these fares, have they sweet spot, would turn into a huge kill, but there we go. Able to snipe out that that double jump. Able to grab that ledge. I'm just saying, Everest, I did see that aerial taunt. Either way, I'm going to be seeing a lot of this momentum come on through. Will in a lot of trouble here, and there's so much momentum for Everest.
Yeah. It's gonna be difficult, but not impossible. I mean, if you know how Everest plays, this might slow her down, but it's not gonna knock her out until the set is fully over.
Right now, we're gonna have to see what Will does to get back. No, it's just the raw up B, but beautiful roll from Everest. I mean, took a page out of Sherka's book, right? Said, hey, you know what? I saw those ledge hogs working out earlier. We're gonna be making use of them ourselves. But right now, it's a matter of seeing how does Will get back into the swing of things. There's that down B. There's the ledge so far away. And here we go. Final stock. You blink and you miss it. I mean, we're on Rivals 1 time right now as far as this game pace is going.
Yeah. Okay, already even percents. Both of them going for... Okay, Will just throwing these down strongs out as much as he can. They can.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, down strong, very, very good move from the Forsburn, right? You can use it as an anti-air, you can use it as a tech chase, you can use it, to file your taxes, you can use it to do anything that you want, but not going to die just yet. That could have been terrible. Right now, Will going to be able to hold onto the stage control, but Everest still finding more opportunities. Back air could be huge.
Not huge enough as Everest finds her way back on stage. Kate Flukes doesn't get the roll read. Neither does Everest. Okay, very good. Okay. Such an intense back and forth there, but Will is the one that comes out as the victor with such a just disgusting angle there.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell that Everest was expecting a down tilt of some kind. So when she did get hit by it, was holding straight out, either caught on the fade back or trying to avoid some sort of down tilt conversion. But in the end, it is going to result in game number 1 going over to the Forsburn.
Yeah, quite handily too, but regardless, it is time for game 2. It's time for the skin switch. And we're going to Hodojo for game 2.
Yeah, going to be going straight to those tri-plats. I mean, we see a lot of these platform extensions coming in from Zetters around the world. But right now, we're going to have to see what this does turn into. Remember, Everest did go here as her original counter pick in winner's side. It didn't quite work out for her, though. But right now, Will still going to be throwing out those downstrongs. What's that? Downstrong number 4?
Something like that. I can't wait to see Downstrong number 10 next game. Okay.
10 downstrong power spike.
Oh, dear god. Okay. The up throw. Trying to play a bit more carefully here.
Yeah, I mean, a bit more carefully is one way to put it. Everest is still playing at 1,000,000 kilometers an hour, and I'm honestly interested to see if slowing it down might change the accuracy of some of these, kill confirms, or if it is the speed that really allows you to mix things up. In the meantime, Will gonna be able to start game number 2 the same way they ended game number 1 with that down air, but this time, Purple going to guarantee no chance of survival. Everest in a lot of trouble.
Okay.
All right, 137% on the Forsburn, and it's honestly unfortunate because Everest very, very solid at racking up the damage, but netting the kills seems to be, a little bit of prayer, right? Hopes and prayers. Trying to make it work out, but okay. I gotta say, I'm thinking that these aerial taunts are like an L3 press or something like that, but in the end, the back air going to be the great, not even equalizer, but the great successor.
Yeah. No, I will say, I think Everest uses GCC, so it might be. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but regardless. No!
Oh, God.
Oh, Everest, no!
Regardless of what controller you're using, that's definitely not the position you do want to find yourself in, at the very least, right? I will say, Everest needs to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Don't go into this next game immediately. Just breathe a little. Try to slow things down in your head. You don't necessarily have to slow down your play, but you have to be landing these conversions. A lot of this seems to scream, I want this hit, I want this kill. But you're looking at the ability to actually get the kill rather than what your opponent wants to do to avoid it.
Wait, I think Everest might be. Yeah, Everest is actually dropping out, giving Will the victory. I mean, regardless, it's always really fun to have Everest on stream. She's always one of the players I really look forward to seeing play.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Sometimes you have an off day, so it's
sometimes it be that way, but in the end, Will going to be moving on once again. I mean, this Forsburn has shown extreme prowess. It's all about those downstrongs, I gotta say, right? It's downstrong after downstrong, and it's hit after hit as Will constantly in a good position, able to move on through losers side. Meanwhile, I believe we're going to the other side of losers now.
For Poetry versus BRB, so Rano versus Olympia. And
Rano versus Olympia. Now, this is an interesting one.
Yeah. I will say, as an Olympia, I hate the matchup, but that might just be my unfettered bias towards Rano. Or against Rano.
I feel that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right? If you do find yourself off stage against Rano as Olympia, that's tough.
Yeah.
Good luck. But right, both of these characters are so unbelievably good at their conversions. If you can get that one hidden, if you can get that one opportunity, Poetry, and BRB both can just demolish you on stage. And we've seen this from both of these players. I honestly, from Poetry, while we were seeing a lot of the down throw, down strong, I would love to see some up throw from this Rano. Against Olympia, up throw is disgustingly good.
Yeah, always. I mean, trust me, I've been put in the blender by a Rano or two, so I can already see Poetry pulling out the works against BRB in this next set.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how things do develop in this next set as these two players just go absolutely wild.
I mean, yeah, both of them.
Now remember, Poetry coming into this as the first seed of the tournament. I mean, we didn't really expect to see her in loser's side. This isn't something to say, oh, well, she's playing off or anything like that. It's more of just a testament to how strong the players that we are seeing today are.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, some of these players have just come out of the woodworks swinging. Like, again, Will, a surprisingly really good player that we saw last week. AZax did really well in Losers Top 8 just now.
Oh, yeah.
Sherka we haven't seen in a while, but I already knew they were pretty damn good. And Mrimps was also... I mean, I underseeded them and got called out for it, so... Like, even the other competitors know that Mrimps is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. But right now, we're going to have to see what this does turn into between these two players as Poetry and BRB go toe-to-toe. I mean, BRB's conversions have been really good, but it takes a while for them to really get that ball rolling. In the meantime, Poetry, once again, likes to go for a lot of these 90% plays, right? Where 90% of the time it works every time. Unless you're a neutral, which is when she's throwing out tongue.
Yeah. But
Speaking of which...
hopefully we see a little more restraint in these situations.
No. Now let it rip. I am all down for it. The more you throw it out, the more they think, surely she won't do it again. So you just gotta do it again.
So true, so true.
Oh my lord.
Alright.
I love being right sometimes.
It's intoxicating.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen more tongues than there have been minutes gone by, which right now, Poetry just taking a lot of damage. Despite all of these tongues landing, we're not really seeing the conversions off of them. If you're going to be going for these crazy neutral options, you have to be able to make use of them. But in the meantime, Wild Throw guarantees the kill. BRB gonna take stock number 1.
Yeah, and already this is such good play from BRB right now.
Yeah, in the meantime, BRB, once again, very consistent on those combos. Seems to not really need too much adjustment in after fighting, their last opponent here. Right, just immediately goes for those up throws and be able to get a lot more done. AZax might have been playing that Crag, might have been playing that big body, but it's not like BRB can't combo a non-big body.
Exactly. I mean, I remember Release Olympia. That was a torture matchup.
That was a character.
Yeah. Like, Rano got a brand new true combo only on Olympia. So, because of how heavy her fast fall is.
Yeah, but I mean, even now, Olympia versus Rano, still very, very volatile. But Poetry still looking for that down throw, down strong. I mean, I was saying that I want to see a little bit more up throw, but we're not going to be seeing that. Instead, we're going to be seeing the fair come on through. Probably one of the most inaccurately named moves in the game. But in the meantime, we've got that one tongue coming on through, and we've got the conversions.
It might be a bit of a deficit.
Oh my god!
Okay. Just come on. Still, there is quite the deficit, but Poetry is making it work for her. Except for when she does that.
I don't know, it's only bad when you miss, right? So Poetry right now, shooting straight 50-50s on those tongues, but right now still needs to find a way how to actually land the hit. Beautiful spot dodge from BRB.
Yeah, clearly BRB has a lot of knowledge when it comes to this matchup, but there is not really anything you can do about that if you don't tech.
Not going to be able to tech in time, but not going to get caught by the tongue. Tech chase. We're starting to see the empty hops coming from BRB. And right now, despite that percent deficit, Poetry is just dictating this neutral. BRB has to find a way how to get past these tongues rather than actually look for the way how he wants to end this stock.
No.
And there we go. Forward air is going to do it. BRB going to be able to take game number 1.
Out of my way. I'm late for class.
Yeah, and very convincingly as well. Even with that near comeback from Poetry, BRB has been so consistent so far.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, Poetry is a very volatile player. If she gets going, it is over. But BRB consistently just riding that high line of skill.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially when a lot of your big neutral openings come in from the tongue. If you land one tongue, chances are your opponent's gonna be very, very unhappy, right? And if you land multiple tongues, a lot of opponents start getting completely frustrated by it, right? They end up putting themselves in a position where they think to themselves, I shouldn't be getting hit by this. I know what they're going for, but they still get hit.
Yeah.
It will happen. And Poetry just making use of that, but right now, down throw, down strong once again, but not opting to do anything about that crystal.
Also, these missed tech chase tongues have somewhat conditioned BRB into just not attacking. Giving Poetry enough of an opportunity to get these really well placed down shots. A very nice tech on that bubble pop, my god.
Yeah, but another one of those tongues coming through. Once again, goes for that tongue. There's the tech chase tongue that we were talking about. Up B, not going to kill just yet. Tongue sling back towards the stage, but not really going to be able to get much direction from it. And there we go, Ledgehog coming on through. Now everyone at this point is going for these Ledgehog kills.
Yeah, I mean, Ledgehog is such a huge thing, especially with characters that don't have very big hitboxes on their recoveries. If you can get to ledge before Rano up Bs or before Olympia does anything, they're dead. Oh my
just
god.
B, but speaking of dead, BRB going to be going down yet another stock, and it was looking so good for BRB in game number 1, but all of a sudden turning right around.
Okay. Wow, lands with the dive kick there. Okay.
Right, there we go. Actually opts for the side B of all things. And there it is. Forward air going to be able to take that stock. And BRB, decided I've had enough of playing around this tongue. I'm going to start being the one dictating the neutral.
Exactly. Even still.
And now tongue is less of something that's been demanding space and something that's more of a panic option from Poetry, it seems. But BRB right now just looking to try to control this center stage as much as possible.
Oh, that's a dead rat.
That is a dead rat. As Poetry just drops all the way down for that edge guard.
Yeah, very nicely taking game 2. So we'll just have to see where BRB is going to be taking us for game 3. Now, if you are BRB in this situation, where do you take Poetry to?
Honestly, that's a good question, right?
It's one you're not going to get the answer to because it's Harbor.
Oh,
Hitman Harbor of all places.
Hitman Harbor?
Yeah, it's a UK joke, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I need to know the lore.
I'm not too fast in it. That's something you're gonna have to ask someone like Focus Miss or Fabs. But regardless, I mean,
That's fair, that's fair.
Harbor, honestly, a pretty polarizing pick because if your
Honestly-
recovery gets snuffed, you're just gone.
Yeah, that's definitely one possibility of it, but I think that Olympia actually does have a lot of ways how she can mix up her recovery on this stage. In the meantime, there's a lot of ways how to punish Rano for just poking your head out on that stage. And here we go. You just need one grab of your BRB right now, and Crystallize counts as a grab as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, yeah, leaves you inactionable, so it might as well be.
Yeah, but there's that down throw down strong that we've seen time and time again, and right there, BRB going to be able to get that up throw. Not going to be able to turn that into
Very
much,
nice
but
from
oh lord, right on the tip of the toesies. Poetry going to be able to take that stock right back.
Hell yeah. Okay, nice spot dodge from BRB, avoiding the tongue. Okay, Poetry, a pretty high percent here. Okay.
Pretty high percent, but actually beautiful trade on that down B hit
Oh my god.
from BRB, and the double jump getting sniped out once again. You gotta be careful with your timings here.
Yeah, Poetry clearly having some experience with this stage, especially with her like offstage movement has been so good.
Here we go. That's one forward air. Not going to be able to turn it into much more. And another tongue coming through. BRB in a lot of trouble. Up B, not going to kill
It
just
is?
yet. Actually, barely going to be able to do it.
Okay. BRB turning this around slightly, but it's not gonna be that easy as Poetry just barely holds on to that lead. It is slowly brought back to even. A very nice conversion from the Olympia. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of these forward airs be the option of choice for BRB. But right now, it's all about that dash attack. It's all about this one reset with that up throw.
Exactly.
And you have to be so careful as both BRB and Poetry, because Poetry getting tagged by a lot of these neutral openings, but BRB getting tagged by a lot of these reversal hits from Poetry. Speaking of which, there's that up air.
Yeah. Okay, Poetry again using that inner wall so well for recovery.
Down strong.
Okay, BRB on the back foot here.
Oh, beautiful focus from BRB. Gonna be able to survive for just a little bit longer, but tagged by that up air once again, and not gonna get tagged by that up strong. Are you going to hold that ledge?
Oh my god, such great recovery from Poetry there. Just narrowly making it back despite the... Okay, again, narrow recovery.
The grab!
Dear God! Okay, Poetry taking game 3. What a beautiful grab that was.
That grab was so important there. Gonna be able to catch BRB on that dash back grab. I'm almost certain that, you know, Poetry just hit that button first and BRB ended up losing out on that trade immediately. That's going to turn into a kill. And game number 4, here we come. Poetry versus BRB has been extremely terrifying every single moment.
Yeah, I mean, dear God, even Kidder in chat saying stealing that tongue from Ledge. Like, again, that recovery that Poetry showed with Harbor was just so necessary. BRB doing a bit of a misstep in taking her there. We're going to Hodojo for game 4.
Yeah, Hodojo for game number 4, we are going to be having the ability to extend a lot of the hits off of these platforms. Speaking of which, there's that one up air into double forward air. Not going to be going too crazy, not looking for some kind of super deep third one, but in the meantime, no resources on Poetry because, you know, she's willing to just burn them all to get away from the punch rat.
Really? Okay, BRB in a very nice position here. Okay, yeah, the forward air.
There we go. Yeah, you know, just wasn't quite ready to DI out on that down throw, but speaking of down, we're getting that down strong, and this rat is absolutely
Oh my God.
going to get back to stage. Hold on, Poetry whiffing a potential kill there,
No
but
jam, this isn't... Yeah.
no gem, no jump, and no stage for you, BRB. And Poetry right now be able to even up that stock count with yet another good ledge hog, but there's the tongue. Once it connects, it's the mental stack that it adds onto your opponent.
All these aerials from BRB. A very nice little jab check there. Okay. Isn't able to get the gem pop.
Yeah, isn't quite able to do it just yet. Looks for the spot dodge, understands that Poetry is going to be going for that tongue, but doesn't quite get the timing right. And you can see that BRB is at the very least thinking about this tongue each and every time. But right now, able to get back to stage, almost gets ledge hogged.
That ledge movement.
That was almost a super galaxy brain read from BRB, but unfortunately not quite going to be the one that we're looking for.
Okay. The down throw. Tries for the gem pop. Isn't able to land it just yet with that percent.
We're going up B for damage, but right now, looking for a down throw almost certainly, but doesn't even need it. One forward air to end things. And Poetry right now able to do another down throw down strong. We've seen it time and time again. She loves this combo.
Okay, gets the bubble. 31% on BRB. I'm gonna have to answer back hard and fast right now. I mean, they're doing so already. Building that percent up. Getting her off stage, 60%, and isn't able to recover. BRB taking game 4,
Out of my way.
and
I'm
it
late
is
for
time
class.
for a game 5.
Game number 5 off of the mind control edge guard. BRB in a good position if you can continue to get edge guards like that one, but Poetry right now just needs to find a way how to keep her wits about her, how to reset the mental. We're going over to, you know, what's totally merchant port,
Yeah, exactly.
as we've already established.
It's just red merchant port. Oh my God. Absolutely vile forward air there, but not gonna kill the rat just yet.
Yeah, not just yet, but with that bubble available, gonna be inclined to DI in, but you really don't want to be DIing in on down throw.
No. Okay. Oh my god, goes for it.
Yeah, goes for that down strong. Not going to be able to get it though. And you know, I will say BRB has not been going for ledge, right? Has just been opting to ledge trap, which, you know, is definitely a decision that is solid in certain scenarios, but you got to be careful, right? Because sometimes your opponent getting back to ledge for free is something you just really, really don't want to let them have. Right?
Especially with a character like Rane.
Yeah, I mean, down tilt forward air, though, gonna be able to take that stock. What are you going to do here?
Okay. Oh, Poetry going for that down strong, narrowly missing.
I mean, we've seen Poetry go for that down strong a lot. It might not be Will, but still a huge amount of this down strong coming out. A huge conversion for BRB here. Poetry in a lot of trouble. Up air, forward air, no resources.
Okay, misses the grab. Suddenly it's back to stage. Very nice little, like, mini stall with that down B.
Yeah, nice stall, but 100% on the frog. Might as well skip the class with this much extra credit. The up Bs, though, coming out in full force. BRB understands what is going to kill, but isn't quite able to survive. Sorry, to land them just yet. So Poetry survives for just a little bit longer.
And there
Oh
it's
my
going
lord, goes deep
it.
for it.
This is what I was saying earlier with their previous set. Olympia, if they get that mark, they are just free to come back with such a devastating kill.
Yeah, but right now, speaking of devastating, this lead could mean so much for BRB. No double jump, though, and no stock. Game 5, last stock once again. And here we go. Poetry in the deficit. BRB in the lead, but Poetry in control. One more grab, one nair. Are we going to see Poetry get back to stage here? No ledge hog from BRB. And another one of these single needle fairs. But what is this turning into? Beautiful air dodge. But Poetry just barely nicked.
Okay, rolls in on that down throw. Back throw. That has to be it. BRB so far off stages, nowhere near making it back. And Poetry, after such a tense, close 5-game set, takes it and moves on to losers semis to face off against Will.
Yeah, we've seen it once, we've seen it again. Poetry, when her back's against the wall, finds a way how to nab that back throw forward air. And it is so heartbreaking for BRB, but that was such a good set. Back and forth and back and forth. And sometimes you just gotta look back and say, all right, I know I can play better, but at the very least, I did play well. So,
Exactly.
going to be moving on past that to, I believe, losers finals as we see who is going to be facing off against that Maple in winner's side grands. But right now, it's
Semis.
Will and Poetry again,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, losers semis with Poetry and Will.
Effectively finals if Mrimps is...
Yeah,
I'm not sure if
actually.
Mrimps is still in. We'll see, we'll see.
I'll ask, see if they're full DQing or not. But... yeah, I mean, it's been so good so far. So, again, it's gonna be very interesting to see how this next set goes. Poetry, just taking a quick break, grab some water,
Honestly, makes sense, right?
Yeah.
After that set, if you're not taking a break of some kind, you got Nerves of Steel.
Yeah, but still, yeah, I mean, again, Will and Poetry. Poetry consistently, consistently top 4. Anytime she's entered this season, which I will say has only been twice, once actually, I guess. What? Well, she's been entering quite a bit, especially last season, but she's been doing pretty damn good, so it's gonna be exciting to see. What are some of your okay. What are some of your predictions moving forward, Anto?
Honestly, if I had to give a prediction moving forward, I do wonder if Will is going to take this again. Because if I remember correctly, it was Will and Poetry in Winner's Side, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So last time we were seeing Will have to adjust to the way how Poetry wanted to play. And I think that when you've already done the adjustment, it's a lot easier to readjust back towards that. So Poetry, if she's playing the same way how she has been playing, is going to end up falling here, right? She needs to make a change. She needs to understand, all right, well, Will is going to be going for these down strongs. Will is going to be looking to set up this smoke. How are you going to deal with this, right? So I am interested in seeing how this does work out, but you cannot just box with the Force Burn, right? You have to whiff punish. You have to find ways in outside of just hoping and praying that Tongue hits a neutral.
Exactly. But we'll just have to see, again, like, both of these players have done so amazingly so far. So it's really just going to be... Honestly, it could end up just being a battle of attrition. Like, who slows down first? Who keeps their momentum going the longest? Because in Winner's Side, it was Poetry, Will, Poetry. It was a back and forth, and obviously with those only 3 games, Poetry was the one that came out on top. So who knows, maybe these extra 2 games will give Will what they need.
Yeah, who knows? But in the end, we're going to have to see what this does work out with. But gotta say, right? A lot of Rana versus Forsburn is Forsburn making use of their superior range. Meanwhile, Rana is about, making use of things like your poison darts, making use of your superior speed in order to deal with a lot of Forsburn's aerials, that are very difficult to punish otherwise, right?
Yeah.
But if you can force the Forsburn onto the offensive, it becomes much, much easier for you as the Rana.
Exactly. But we'll just have to see how this goes, because, I mean, we can sit here all day talking about just the matchup at large, but a huge part of this...
Or we could watch it.
Yeah, and a huge part of it is also the player, because, I mean, these characters aren't as cut and dry as this is how you play this character, this is how you do well. Like, sometimes it is just about how each player plays. So, game 1, where is Poetry going to take us? Okay, no Merchant Port, no Godai. No Forest, so we are going to Ho Dojo for game 1.
All right, Ho Dojo for game number 1. We're already seeing those poison darts come out. Tongue gonna come out in full force as well. And oh lord, Will already off stage looks for that ledge hog. And I gotta say, really happy to see that Will is already going for those Ledgehogs. Might be taking a lot of damage though, and this is not a position you want to be in.
Oh no, of course not. I mean, already, this is looking so a 0 to death in poetry. Dear God.
Absolutely insane from Poetry. The tongue going to be able to connect, and Will once again on the back foot. And, you know, I gotta apologize. I took another look at bracket. I completely hallucinated Will and Poetry facing off against each other in winners. So this is the first time that these two are facing off against each other in this bracket. So right now, we're gonna have to see who does take it. Poetry making it a good case for it being heard.
Yeah, I mean, they faced each other in the prelude to top 8, but obviously that wasn't on stream. But, I mean, has Will been given enough time to adapt and potentially bring it back? Such a good needle boost, scaring Will away. My God, that was so smart from Poetry. The mental...
Yeah, the use of... Use that Nair to clear out that smoke right there, and all of a sudden, Will is gone.
Hello? I mean, that was... Oh, dear God. Such a... just brutal game 1 from Poetry there. Will showed some signs of life, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, signs of life only to get stamped out by the frog. But right now, Poetry able to land another one of those tongues, right? I mean, we already know that she really, really loves to throw that one out in neutral. But once it does land, it at the very least makes it very tough for your opponent. But there we go. Ledgehog coming in from Will, gonna be able to take that stock right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and there's the tongues. Will is adjusting, gonna be able to deal with this one. But right now, dash attack not gonna lead into that down strong, but a down strong coming in from Poetry in response. Will's kind of throwing out these aerials. You got to make sure to be sparing with them as the force burn, though, especially because Rana wants you to throw out these aerials. Rana wants you to whiff. Rana wants that opportunity to go straight in, and no clone available means no recovery available for Will there.
Exactly. This is very much looking pretty damn Poetry-sided, but we can't count Will out just yet, especially with what we've seen of them so far in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we say that it's very Poetry-sided. That is 103% on the frog, and that is a stock lead for Will. No cheeky Ledgehog needed this time. And as I said before, if you can force the force burn to be the one approaching, is when you'll have a much better time as Rano. But with Will at the helm, it'll be very difficult for Poetry to actually steal the kill. Beautiful Om's attack coming in from Will here. No double jump though, and what is Poetry gonna get off of it? Nothing with that get up attack.
Hey, using the bubble to recover very nicely there. Okay, Will 130 and rising, but at the same time, Poetry finding herself getting closer to an even percent, which is definitely not something you want to be at when you're at this. Okay, Will not being scared off by the needle boost, but that forward air, just side to side, coast to coast.
Side to side, but this is honestly the scariest part for Will, because a lot of these moments is where Will starts to just start swinging. And I really want to see whether or not Will has what it takes. And there we go, another Ledgehog. And here we are in loser semis. Game number 3 is coming to us here, but it's not going to be the set winning game for either of these players, as Will takes game number 2.
Yeah, not yet, not this time. again, maybe these next few games, these extra 2 chances are what Will needs. But we'll just have to see as we are brought back to Julesvale for Game 3. I mean, clearly, apart from that very early first stop, Poetry had something going there. So she wants to keep it going.
Poetry.
Oh my
god!
Mad woman.
Okay, I mean, I don't even get a chance to talk. Poetry, right, had such a good thing going for her at the beginning of game number 2. She says it wasn't the stage. It was that one ledge hog that ended up messing me up. And once again, dealing with Forsburn from behind is so unbelievably difficult unless you're one of those characters that has a way how to just insta-give him off stage.
Poetry off stage. Very nice back air from Will
Double
there.
jump.
Yeah, but still has that wall jump for the the dive kick there.
Right, opts for the dive kick, gonna be able to remove Will's control over the stage and barely nabs the tongue. Not gonna be able to do it with that F strong though, but another tongue coming on through and Will in a tough position. Beautiful air dodge from Will, but once again, Poetry just holding on to this lead as hard as possible.
Not looking like it's going to first stock's lasting much longer, but at the same time, neither is Will's second stock.
Thank you, Trevor.
God. Thank you, Trevor. Okay, 4 strong. I know that. Why not? That's the Poetry I know. Okay, and that's the Will I know.
And that's the Will we know.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, sibling. Just going to be throwing out that down strong, but Will right now, full commitment on that jab combo. Full commitment on these down strongs. Full commitment on this game 3. We're in for the long haul, just not opting to panic just yet. But that forward air was so instrumental from Poetry, and there goes Will's stock. Just barely managing to land that sweet hit forward air. And Poetry going to take yet another game. Will potentially dropping out of the tournament in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, again, Poetry has done so well every time she's entered, so this is no surprise to me. But Will has put on a show before, so we will not count him out just yet as we move to Godai Delta for game 4.
Yeah, game number 4, Godai Delta, another one of those stages with a very low upper blast zone. But once again, Will and Poetry just going toe to toe. All right, we're seeing the Nair come through, and Forsburn has so many of these longer range neutral moves where, you know, if you're playing against Claren, if you're playing against Lockdown, you're not really going to feel that range. You're playing against a character like Rana who struggles from lack of disjoints. You're essentially holding a sword in your hand. You have to use it. But Will, right now, in so much trouble in the blast zone.
Oh my god, save!
Oh!
Saves Poetry with the up B!
Yeah, saves Poetry with the up B, and Poetry, beautiful DI on that up strong, not going to be going down to that one. But there's a forward air, not going to opt for the down air. But beautiful back air call out on that double jump.
Okay. Pretty even percent-wise. Will has full stack on deck. Did I use it for the smoke screen? Did I use it for a super clone? Are they even gonna get the chance to use it? No! Oh my god!
No, they are not!
Beautiful edge hog.
Yeah, that ledge hog coming in from Poetry, very, very well timed. But Will still managing to hold on to all of the momentum. 79% going unanswered, essentially. on Poetry here. The only thing coming in was a couple of poison dart hits, but once again, with Forsburn and this dagger, this cape, you have so much extra range that Rano struggles to deal with.
Yeah, and it does look like Will is starting to make very nice use of it, taking advantage of that range deficit.
Up strong, and there we go, lets it rip, even after the first one whiffs. What are we gonna get here, though? Poetry and Will still going toe-to-toe. Will not opting to put more smoke, instead just trying to go straight on in, playing it much more aggressively on this stock.
Okay, the forward throw of all things from Poetry there. Okay, Poetry off stage. Will with a bit of an advantage here. Brought it back to their favor. The up strong, not gonna kill just yet.
Yeah, next one absolutely will do it, though. So you have to be so careful as Poetry. You don't want to be on those top platforms.
Okay,
The tongue coming through. What's this gonna turn into? It's going to be the F cape, not gonna turn into that F strong, though.
Okay, Poetry really good at using those snares out of shield. That should be a dead force burn.
No, not quite yet. There we go. Poetry with one more rinse repeat back air. Gonna be able to take it with a 3-1. Moving on to losers finals, and I believe essentially grand finals.
Well, we are going to be giving Mrimps another chance, but if the connection doesn't work out in their favor, then yeah, Poetry would be moving on.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how this one does go. I mean, Poetry and Mrimps did face off in winner's side earlier, where it was a 3-1 for Mrimps on that Arcane. Once again, you got to remember that Mrimps really loves to go for those 50-50s that are high risk, high reward. Meanwhile, Poetry, against the Arcane at the very least, really liked going for those 90% plays. And tongue.
Yeah, lot of side B from Poetry. But yeah, I mean, we are down to our top 3, with Will dropping out at 4th place, a very respectable position. Okay, we have Mrimps in the lobby, so let's hope for the best as we move on to losers finals.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to see what things do turn into as we do continue. Poetry and Mrimps, I am hoping and praying the connection is fine.
Hopefully, yeah. Okay, just waiting on Poetry to ready up. And then we'll be moving straight into it. No. Noted, well, hoping Mrimps' connection is good.
Yeah.
How do you think this is gonna go?
Honestly, I would first, the match actually has to happen.
Yeah.
Right? If the match does happen, then we might see a repeat of winners, right? Where a lot of it was Poetry going for these generally good conversions, but not varying her options nearly enough for it to quite work out. In the meantime, Mrimps, every time that they just went for a different option, it's like, okay, but like, if I get this one right, you die, right? So you got to be really careful, see how this one does work out. The connection looks all right on our side for now.
Yeah. I will say, it's kind of weird with the set versus Sherka. Sherka had 2 ping. I've never seen it that low. It was like they were just siphoning it from Mrimps. Okay.
Yeah, but right now, Poetry just siphoning this stock away from Mrimps is what we would say if Mrimps didn't just immediately reversal that. I mean, the existence of Puddle on stage is something you always have to be worried about. No parry on those bubbles, though. Mrimps survives yet another day, but there's that one back air to start things off.
Yeah.
Up strong? No! Opts for the dash attack. I'm almost certain that that's a missed Dacus.
Good forward air, definitely gonna do it as we see it. The first stock loss going to Mrimps.
Here we go, though.
No double jump.
Up B not quite gonna be able to get back to stage.
Okay. Very smart on Mrimps' part, knocking the bubble out of the way at the last second.
All right, but there's that tongue that we all know and some of us love. But right now, up throw not quite going to turn into too much more for Mrimps. We're not seeing the same conversions that we've seen from Mrimps before. We're seeing the F strong. No, it's just the forward throw off the side. Once again, Mrimps just finding some sort of opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult though, especially at such a high percent. But down throw forward air. Taylor's all his time, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be ready about that one. You always have to be ready about these tongues. And Mrimps this time going to be able to deny that tongue with a grab of their own here. But you can see right here up tilt just turning into so much more damage. And there it is, the Ledgehog coming in clutch. Now that we're in top 3, we're going to be seeing a lot more of those. Crouch cancel on those bubbles, not going to be a position you want to be in, but Poetry and Mrimps still, once again, getting so close to one another.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to see. Hey. Mrimps getting the start of something here. That back air knocking Poetry so far off stage, but she manages to make it back. The back throw this time. Poetry not looking in a great position, but is able to tech the get up attack. Again, Mrimps just having to do so much to keep Poetry at bay. Goes for the down strong. I think an up strong probably would have done better there.
Yeah, I mean, at 111, down throw up strong is absolutely something you have to worry about. There's those Arcane Nerfs coming in clutch, and there it is, the F-Strong from Poetry to take game number 1. And Mrimps might be back, but how long are we going to be seeing this Arcane on stream?
We'll just have to wait and see. I mean, they're doing a pretty stand-up job at the moment. But at the same time, this Poetry, she is a machine. So we'll just have to see how Mrimps does against a Rano like this.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it before, right? It was a lot of the puddle boosted F strong in neutral. This time, we've basically not seen any of that. Okay, there we go. Ask and ye shall receive. Thank you very much. Mrimps going to be, once again, just throwing these out, remembering what worked in Winter's Side. What changed?
Okay. Forward air, no puddle. Mrimps has to be very careful with how they recover here. Okay, the down strong again. Poetry opting for the down strong instead of an up strong. Still getting the kill though, off the side.
Still able to get that kill off the side, but right now it's that patented tongue that Poetry's got. But right now, down strong not quite going to be able to kill just yet from Mrimps. Going to be putting out all of those bubbles, but not going to be able to put out enough knockback. Down tilt, up air not going to connect. And once again, Mrimps just trying to find some way how to steal this stock away from the Rano.
Okay. Oh no.
Not like that. Mrimps now down 2 stocks, you know, trying to find a way how to like consistently get this damage up. We're not seeing the same kind of killer instinct that we saw from Mrimps earlier on.
No, I mean, oh, saved by the bubble and given a second chance to pile on the damage. But yeah, that ledge special, such a safe option.
Yeah, such a safe option here, but right now, down tilts, what are you gonna get? Down strong, of all things, and here we go, rinse, repeat, back airs. And just like that, Mrimps right now in such a strong, a tough position, sorry.
Yeah, you may be overextending, but Poetry wasn't able to really get anything off of it, despite getting onto the stage and getting actionable first. Okay. Yeah. Mrimps knowing they have to go off stage against this Rhino. Oh, a very nice
Pedal boosted
tag.
F strong, beautiful tech. Whiffs that one up air, lands the other, but right now Mrimps is still playing to even out that stock count, and it's not going to happen. Poetry once again going to be able to take the game. Mrimps on the back foot here, needs a miracle, needs a mental reset, needs a killer instinct just to be implanted right back into them. This Arcane was so terrifying in Winner's side, but right now seems to be playing a lot more for those neutral resets, playing a lot more for the guaranteed damage rather than those high risk, high reward 50-50s.
Yeah, but with this next game on Merchant Port, we'll have to see what happens. I mean, will this be a 3-0, or will Mrimps finally get a bit more of that momentum and potentially take us beyond 3 games?
Yeah, I mean, that's a big question, but right now Poetry's answering a resounding no as down tilts are being traded by the 2 of them. The knockdown percent has been reached though, and down throw down strong has the Arcane off stage. Mrimps just opting to immediately go towards the puddle. You know, understanding just how deadly this Rano's back air resets can be.
Okay, the forward tilt. Very smart going for the instant up B. Okay, oh, I don't agree with that. Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the end gonna be able to take that one, but the tongue gonna be able to cover every tech opportunity, and if you're not ready to deal with tongues against Poetry, good luck.
Okay,
Either way, Upstrong gonna be able to take that stock, evening out the stock count. Mrimps showing some signs of life here.
yeah, but just have to hope that these signs of life are enough, because Poetry has been looking alive so far this set. There's signs of life, but I mean, Poetry is showing signs of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Poetry just needs to find some way how to seal out this game so you can seal out the set. Meanwhile, Mrimps is trying to find some way how to survive just a little bit longer. Poetry right now in such a solid position. 70% on the Rano is nothing to scoff at, but it's a far better position than off stage. Right now, Mrimps needs to find a way how to get back on and able to sneak right past the Rano. Puddle boosted F throw. Not going to be able to kill just yet. What is the option?
Hey.
Oh my lord.
Oh, okay.
No kill just yet, but no double jump for Poetry. It's not going to be able to punish though. They're sending Rano off stage, has the double jump available.
Oh my gosh.
Air dodges and manages to land into the bubble. No parry on those bubbles just yet, but the forward throw gonna be able to do it. No puddle boost needed.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, how is Poetry gonna close out this stock before Mrimps makes it too hard to... I mean, a bubble parry is definitely gonna be the way to do it.
Yeah, bubble parry going to be the option there. And there's that tongue in game number 3. 50% on the Rano, though. And all of a sudden, Mrimps coming alive a little bit is what I'd say had that tongue extension not landed.
Oh.
There's that down strong, even a
Oh
little bit
my
of extra
God.
charge on that. Another tongue connects. And Poetry right now just landing hit after hit, blow after blow onto this Orcane, trying to find a way how to read into Rimps's soul, how to take Rimp's heart and stick it right under the floorboards. But right now, Rimps still heart beating once again, able to stay alive. Forward air not gonna connect into anything else. The up strong barely gonna whiff, and the down throw, down strong. The tried, the true, the closer of the set. Poetry with a 3-0 to pay Rimps back for set 1 in winner's side. Poetry moving on to grand finals, hoping to keep the dreams of the seeding alive.
Hell yes. What a way to close out that set. A commanding 3-0 from Poetry as she goes on after the run back to face the other person that made it out of winner semis with Sherka. Dear God, that was electric. And
Extremely strong, but I mean, the telltale signs were there. Every single one of those tongues was absolutely reading the hell out of Mrimps. But in the end, Mrimps' valiant effort might have been, you know, really thrown off by the unfortunate internet issues in winner's side. But in the end, did get a chance to play that loser's final set, and it is Poetry going to be moving on. So, Rano versus Maple, a tale as old as time. Can you get your opponent off stage?
exactly. I mean, it's about time we got here. Again, as we've said, this is a single character to each slot of top 8. Like, usually we see at least like 2 Zetabans, we see 2 Ranos, a Claren or 2, but no, this is the first time we've seen some of these characters in top 8 in a while.
Oh yeah.
Especially a Maple.
In the end, you got to be really, really careful, regardless of which side of the bracket you're on, because both of these players, as we've seen, extremely strong. Right? Poetry, with those tongue reads, has been able to get right into her opponent's heads. In the meantime, you know, Sherka, the first player that we saw in this bracket, make use of those ledge hog edge guards, and against Rano, it's so unbelievably important. And as Maple into Rano, it's even more important that you're willing to go off stage as deep as Sherka is. So I'm super excited to see these two face off against one another. Hokori, who do you think would have the edge in this matchup?
It's hard to say, honestly. I mean, if I... Because I know Sherka, I think, has entered URS2 before last season. If I take a look back at a few old entries, I mean, Poetry is just one of those players where it's so easy to bet on her winning. But
I mean, that's what the
Sherka-
seed says, right?
Yeah, but Sherka has put in the work this bracket. Yeah, I mean, before the end of last season, Sherka would also pretty nicely get top 8. So it's hard to say, but as a fellow Brit and actual friend of Poetry, I can't not you know, root her on. But as a TO and commentator, I do have to be unbiased at least, so...
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Anytime that I'm TOing the tournament, my vote is always for winner's side of Grands.
Fair.
'Cause I want that tournament ending as soon as possible. Either way, we're just gonna. Either way, there is no venue closing time we have to worry about this time around. So, you know, Sherka and Poetry going to be duking it out, starting on Merchant Port, a stage that I'd argue very good for both of these characters, right? You have those platform extensions for the Maple. You have the, you know, recovery mix-ups that Rano does get, and you have the roll behind the tongue. Sherka has been watching.
Oh, that
Oh,
has
Lord.
to be. There it is.
Yeah, Sherka's been watching, but watching alone isn't going to prepare you for the Rano.
Okay. Oh!
Oh, wow.
Isn't able to even make it back. Just Sherka, very cleverly, just holding onto that ledge. Not letting go at... Okay.
Not letting go. I mean, Sherka, no resources. This could be it, but there we go. Able to just tether right back onto stage. This is a lot of damage onto this Maple, but as we've seen, right, if Poetry gets a little bit lax with her recoveries a single time, Sherka is on that immediately.
Yeah, so she's really gonna have to be at least a bit more attentive to how Sherka plays and how she responds.
Yeah, but right now, you know, Poetry and Sherka just feeling each other out in the neutral. It was, you know, full gas, no brakes before, and this time around, it's a lot more, you know, reserved, saying, all right, well, we had the first, like, crazy options, but now we're just going to have to take things a lot slower. We're going to have to think about what it is that we need to do better, but the opts for the forward strong not quite going to connect there. Forward throw, not going to go for the tether just yet. You know, Sherka understands when it is that they do have those true follow-ups and not going to go for those tether nairs, those tether fairs until much later. Tether, up air, okay, going to be DI'd out just in time, but not going to get away from that Dacus.
Oh, it is inescapable. Like, Poetry is pinpoint with that Dacus.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really see that Dacus happen very often with Poetry. Much more often, it's the down throw, down strong coming in from Poetry, regardless of whether or not it's killing. It's just for damage. But right now, Sherka still looking for a way how to land that up strong, how to land, you know, this one kill available. We've seen the ledge hogs come through, but we're seeing the down strong to punish that tongue. I don't know if we've seen anyone punish Poetry's tongues as effectively as Sherka has been doing.
No, I mean, Sherka really proving why they're here in Grands, especially on winner's side, but Poetry, after getting that download on Mrimps, it's just looking so convincing for both of them at this point. Sure,
Yeah, but
Sherka's
look,
in the back foot, but... Oh.
yeah, but look at this. You know, we can tell Poetry just really, really wants that down tilt, really wants that one opening. Down tilt up strong is something that Sherka is absolutely thinking of, but look at that! Up strong not quite going to do it just yet, even with all of that charge on the first one. But
Just
right now, at 120%, if Sherka lands one combo starter, there it is! And Sherka taking game number 1 in Grand Finals.
Yeah, very convincingly as well. Okay. That is not the right color on the... Oh my god, they're just going straight into it. That was so quick. That was
Well,
like
we can fix the
random
colors
bans.
later. We can fix the colors later. We're going to Rock Wall?
Guys! Please!
Okay. I mean, like, if you want the momentum to not die, you just gotta go straight into the next one. But I don't know about Rockwall into Sherka. This has literally been Sherka's comfort pick. The one thing that I said when Sherka entered Grands is, hey, if anyone's watching, do not let Sherka go to Rockwall. Right? This is the stage that Sherka always opts for as their counter pick. So you have to be so confident with it. Right now, Poetry able to get the early percent lead, but the big thing about this is that it's not the percent that matters on this stage, it's who actually gets the kill.
Exactly. Like, at any point, either of these players can just pull something crazy out, regardless of percent. Like, we've seen, like, Poetry can kill so early with a well-placed forward air.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Poetry's just looking for that down tilt. Really wants that down tilt fair. That down tilt's up strong, right? There's so many different options available to the Rano if that down tilt does land. But when you start getting one-track minded, when you start thinking about one thing that you want, your opponent also knows. So right now, the tongue comes through. The upbeat also manages to connect. And the back air going to be able to seal out that stock. But what is it that Poetry can do to extend this lead? It's the tongue, it's the forward airs, it's the edge guard that Sherka is now going to have the opportunity to go for because of a small overstep from Poetry.
Okay, the down strong.
Down strong. Right there it is, even up in terms of the stock count. And once again, how much does percent really matter when everyone spawns at kill percent?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, good forward airs. Just keeping Sherka off stage as long as possible, but not able to keep him there as long as needed. Very good forward
There
air.
it is. There's that down tilt that Poetry's been searching for each and every time. I'm almost expecting to see a down air come through from Poetry. Just try to ignore some of this anti-air from Sherka, but Poetry hasn't even had a chance to do any damage.
Yeah, not yet. Okay.
Alright, Sherka and Poetry right now just trading a couple blows. 12% on the Otter. A little bit further, and this could be big. That one Nair not going to connect into a Tether Nair. You know, still staying on stage for just a little bit. Up B not going to do it. Was the normal roll rather than the tech roll. And Sherka trying to find a way past this Rano.
Oh my god.
Side B, up air, not going to be able to do it, and there's the stock. Poetry gonna be able to take game number 2 on Sherka's comfort pick.
Exactly. And I would not be surprised if we see... Well, if Poetry doesn't ban it...
Crystal Oasis.
Completely different stage, guys, I swear. Okay. Never mind, we are going to Godai Delta.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it makes a lot of sense. A lot of Sherka's kills on Poetry have been from these tech chases, right? These edge guards that aren't really based off of the platform tech chases. So less platforms means much better for Sherka. It doesn't really matter what the DI is. As long as you can get the Rano off stage, you can get that ledge hog eventually.
Yeah.
So a lot more stage to play with, a lot more neutral opportunities, a lot more edge guarding from Poetry, and a lot more tongue.
Okay, it's already, like, okay, even-ish so far. It's really about who gets the next big opening. And it's looking like it might be Poetry. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I mean, big is relative here, but right now it's just a matter of, you know, centimeters. These two are just playing against one another to the best of their ability. The tongues, once again, coming in full force, but Sherka right now certainly wants some sort of a dunk, certainly wants some sort of ledge hog opportunity, certainly with a little bit more percent onto the Rano, is going to look for a Nair, Tether, Nair. You got to be so careful as Poetry now.
Yeah.
Look at these Nairs coming through.
My
There we go.
Goodness, let's go.
Right, one Watcher's Mark could change the scope of this match.
Just have to see.
Oh, thank you, Trevor. That down tilt forward air going to reverse hit, and not a single person on planet Earth was going to be ready for that one. But here we go. Looking for the grabs, looking for the tongue, and looking for even more damage. Poetry is coming alive.
Okay, just gripping onto the first stock still. Not letting it go just yet. That forward air is definitely gonna wipe it out. My goodness.
Yeah, no purple, but no shot. Poetry was going to be able to live through that one, as Sherka right now able to even up that stock count. But the question is, who's going to actually be able to fully complete this lead? The throw off stage means that Sherka doesn't have the Watcher's Mark once again, and there it is. Goes a little bit too deep and tagged by the Rano. History sure doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. And Poetry building a limerick out of game number 3 right now, able to hold onto this lead as long as possible.
Okay. Yeah, Sherka just trying to keep Poetry at bay here. Oh, a very nice forward air there. Okay, Poetry a bit more advantage. Not enough though. Looking
Not
for something.
quite enough. But we can see Poetry already looking for these down tilts. In the meantime, Sherka still looking for these Nairs. Wants to get some sort of Nair tether option available, but it's a little bit early in terms of percentage, I would think.
Honestly, yeah, but I mean, who are we to judge? They're the ones going for it, so surely they have something in mind. Okay, tries for the
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
we always know what it is that Poetry has in mind, and that's the down tilt. That's the fair. That's the back air. It's going to miss, though, and down strong. Going to be able to even up that stock count. Triple digits, extra credits onto the Otter. But right now, you cannot miss this class. Attendance is mandatory as hell, and you have to keep your wits about you. Sherka, right there, gets tagged with that F-Strong. No Watcher's Mark available. But one tongue could spell disaster. Up air gonna do it. And Poetry taking game number 3, looking for that reset.
Yeah, and it is looking very doable. Okay. Potential reset. And for Sayos, however you pronounce your tag, I'm sorry. If you'd like to join, there's a link on screen right now, start.gg US2, spelt with 2 capital I's. Check that link out during the week, and the most recent one should be ready to register for. It is amateur only, so if you're too good, I won't be allowing you to play. But as we're seeing from these two right now, it is a wide player base. It's like, look at this. My god, Sherka!
Yeah, I mean, oh my lord. Blink and you'll miss it. Sherka already going to be able to take stock number 1 in game number 2. And now that the first stock is down, we're already seeing this Maple go absolutely crazy with it. It's just hit after hit when you can force that Rano to be the one on the aggression. right? But there we go. Tried and true back throw forward air. And Poetry now in a much better position. Just barely misses out on that tongue. A slight dash forward might have been able to connect it. But usually that's not the necessity, right? Where each of these tongues already does so much work for Poetry. Why would you have to adjust it?
Why indeed? I mean, they are both just doing so well, showing such great knowledge of their characters inside and out.
Oh, beautiful grab there, and all of a sudden, Sherka not going to be able to get back. And there it is. There's the stock. Sherka right now just searching for a Watcher's Mark. If they can get it, that's going to be a Nair, Tether Nair in Poetry's near future, but you have to be so careful. 120%. We're going to see that forward throw Nair. We're going to see that Nair, Tether Nair, something like that, as long as that Watcher's Mark is available. In the meantime, Poetry opting to look for these grabs, trying to make sure that Watcher's Mark is never an opportunity, and neither is this set. Grand Finals going straight for the reset, and here we go. Poetry searching to make that seeding a truthful one.
I mean, I may miss with my seeding sometimes, but when I hit, I'm confident. So, yeah, I mean...
Oh, baby.
Oh, the reset. Let's go. You don't see it every day. But I'll be damned if it isn't hype every time.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just going to have to see what does happen in the reset. Are we going to be seeing the download come on through from Sherka? Like, were you just looking to understand what it is that Poetry wanted to do? Or is it Poetry just running away with all of that momentum? We're going to have to see what things do turn into as the series does continue.
Yeah.
One set left. 3 wins remaining for either of these players.
Yeah, and they are ready to finish this once and for all. US2, number 30. It's time. Our grand finals reset. Sherka vs Poetry as we go into game 1 on Merchant Port for real this time.
Yeah, real Merchant Port coming on through, real tongues coming on through, real damage as well as Sherka right now just taking the entire roulette wheel of aerials, and it is not looking good for the Otter.
Oh, it really isn't. I mean, already only 9% on Poetry here. Well, okay, thanks guys. Still 90% on Sherka and Rising.
A huge amount of damage. A huge amount of damage
Whoa.
on that Maple, but that tongue as well, almost certainly not aimed for the Maple, but gonna be working out in the end. Able to get back to stage. A single big hit could mean disaster for Sherka though.
Yeah,
Oh, and even the weakest of Nair's going to do it. Poetry going to be able to take stock number 1.
Okay, this is looking very promising for Poetry right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the 3rd tongue in a row. Still not really going to be punished for it. That's one of the what's one of the benefits that you can get out of using a move like Tongue, where your opponent says, well, I shouldn't be getting hit by this, and it starts to frustrate them over and over and over again. Right now, Poetry just looking to throw in more damage, more confirms, more down throw, but not gonna be able to get more off of that one just yet.
Yeah. Okay, the down strong again for damage. Next interaction from either of these two has to kill, surely.
Yeah, 135, that's around the percent of the F-throw tether nair percent, but it's We're just getting raw F strong in neutral from Poetry, but there we go. Nair Tether Fair at 140, going to seal that deal.
Yeah. Final stock for Sherka in this game 1 of the reset. But it's not over just yet. I mean, it wasn't a clean 3-0 from Poetry, so it's still possible that they are she is making it very difficult for Sherka right now.
And Sherka in a lot of trouble here. I mean, we're seeing that down throw, we're seeing that back throw, we're seeing every throw on planet Earth, but we are not seeing Poetry throw this game away.
The weakest of backhands. Just absolutely nailing Sherka, snuffing out their recovery and giving Poetry game 1.
Yeah, and Rano back air once again going to be able to seal the deal. Poetry has been on an absolute tear.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's not stepping yet. These tongues, my god, Poetry, come on, girl.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you know, you have to take a look at the way how Sherka's started to play neutral. It's gotten much more simple. It's a lot of, you know, jump in the air, land with some kind of a nair, right? It's jump, double jump, nair. And Poetry is just throwing these aerials out in order to anticipate these falling nairs, and it's working out so much better for her.
Exactly. Thank you, Trevor. Okay, Sherka off stage, but makes it back very nicely. No more
Double jump.
Oh, no.
She didn't realize! And Poetry going to be losing that stock. One of the same ways how we saw in winner's side against Mrimps, if I remember correctly. But
yeah.
You know, Poetry, you gotta be so careful about your double jumps. But right now, Sherka finally having a lead for the first time in a hot minute. Forward throw, not going to turn that into much more than just the off-stage gambit. We're getting the up airs, but purely for damage, not for the potential of a kill.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how this goes, because it is looking pretty dang nice for Sherka right now. Has Tether, probably could have gone for the Tether Nair there. That's a dead Rano, and Sherka is looking so strong.
Yeah, could have gone for the Tether Nair, but almost certainly would not have killed, so, you know, why risk it in the end? And now Sherka getting a much-needed respite off of that one flub, and just like that, gonna hold onto this lead as long as possible. Certainly will Tether, but the Nair going to purple of all things, and it's a reverse hit. Thank you, Trevor. But right now, I gotta say, right, it's so difficult for Poetry to make this one back. Not just because it's about winning this game, it's about the momentum of the set, right? You had so many wins in a row, and Sherka now with a little bit of time to breathe, a little bit of time to calm down, a little bit of time to remember this is why I'm on winner's side, is so much more difficult here. But we're getting the down throws, we're getting the tongues, we're getting the trades of damage back and forth, and Poetry right now at the very least able to take back a semblance of control.
Yeah, but not for long as Sherka manages to get the Tether down strong and takes game 2 of the reset.
That's a wrap.
Okay, it's not over yet.
Game number 2, we are certainly not going to be having any 3-0s in grand finals.
Okay. Oh dear God. It's Rockwell.
Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, I mean, Rockwell worked out for Poetry the last time, but it had also been Sherka's, you know, comfort pick for so much of the series. Not even just the series, but this entire tournament. Right now, Sherka trying to find a way how to make use of all of the benefits of Rockwell, right? So much of the Otter's ability to force their opponent to TI in is so important, but there we go, not going to be able to land another extension.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Poetry looking to even this back out even just slightly, as Sherka is looking a lot more confident in this set.
Yeah, I mean, that last game was extremely important for both a mental and a game count.
Yeah, but that forward throw.
Saki up there. No, not going to be going for the up air, so not going to have enough height. So just like that, first stock going over to Poetry.
Yeah. Okay, not going for the dive kick there. Okay, there we go, the tether, I believe Nair, because that didn't sound like Aether. So, it is now even, and Sherka is looking to bring it to their advantage now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see what this does turn into. The small percent lead going to be able to dart away from the tongue, and that's the crucial moment. There's that one forward air. We're not going to be seeing the double dunk, not at 54%, but what are we going to be seeing from Poetry? The tongue into reset, into edge guard, and the back air just barely dodged away from.
Oh, what an angle on that down strong. Didn't give Poetry much chance to get a good edge guard, but the damage is what was key with that down strong. Okay, forward air.
Sherka once again with that constant nair. It's always aerial, like jump, landing nair, jump, landing nair, jump, landing nair. What is the plan here? Like, are you planning on conditioning? I don't know if Sherka recognizes this constant neutral fallback.
Okay. Get down strong. Probably should have gone with
There's the bubble.
Yeah, probably should have gone with a more horizontal kill option there. But from the look of the lack of a purple, it probably also wouldn't have killed horizontally. Okay.
Alright, both of these characters, once again, spawning at kill percent. Welcome to Rockwall, baby. There's the Watcher's Mark, though, and all of a sudden, Poetry in a little bit of trouble.
Oh. Sherka getting a real nice conversion there. Okay, bouncing off of the Terry. Forward as.
That's one forward air. And that's another. That's certainly the stock.
Okay. One more game, and Poetry walks away from US 230 with a reset win. But Sherka has to gatekeep her just a little longer, see if they are the one to bring it out this week with a win.
Go die Delta.
Jules Bell.
Merchant Port.
Okay.
Either way, right? So we're not going to be seeing the repeat of the stages that we saw in set number 1 at the very least, right? Sherka says, I need to try something new. That stage is not working out for me. But right now, still opting for a lot of this, falling nair. The moment that Sherka does anything other than the falling nair, it seems to work out and pay dividends for them. But, sometimes when you're nervous, when you're in a grand final reset, you think to yourself, well, but what if it doesn't work, right? What do I know I can fall back on? And falling nair going to be the option, but down strong from Poetry saying, hey, you really got to change things up.
Yeah, just narrowly catches with that side B. And already Poetry building up a nice little bit of percent on Sherka. This is looking so convincing. Sherka really needs to find that momentum if they're going to bring this to Game 5. Or Game 10
Really
even. Game 9 even. Oh.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay.
And just like that, Sherka dropping yet another stock Poetry with a huge lead. This could be the verge of the win. This could be the big opportunity. 4% and counting on to this maple is not much, but when you got a full extra stock to play with, don't worry so much about that extra credit just yet. Right now, Sherka coming alive, saying, I understand that I have my back against the wall. I need to kick it into overdrive. And right now, Poetry in the lead, but how much longer? We've got another tongue come through. We've got another set of damage.
Hey, going for
Holding
the
on
full
to that
charge,
F
yeah.
strong.
Okay. Sherka, very nice. Tries for the loop, but isn't able to get anything off of it. Okay.
All right, there we go. Able to knock Poetry off stage in a position where it was edge guardable. And right now, Sherka able to sneak back on stage. Needs to find a way how to stay away from this Rano. The falling Nair going to get floor hugged, going to get punished. And right there, happening once again. Beautiful tech coming in from Sherka.
Yeah.
The Poetry still looking for that one opportunity. A down tilt will seal the deal.
Okay, Poetry. I fear if they get one more down throw, one down tilt, this is looking like it's over. Just needs to edge guard a little longer, and Poetry handily takes it. 3-1 on the reset. Poetry taking her first URAS 2 of the second season and doing it so amazingly. Dear God.
Poetry going to be able to come in from loser's side, take the first set, take the reset, take the win, and just like that is your URAS 2 champion. And I gotta say, Sherka, very, very good showing throughout the entirety of the tournament. It's just once their, panic started to set in, the neutrals started getting a little bit too similar, right? Too much of that, falling aerial on shield. And we didn't see those flashes of brilliance we saw in winner's side, but still very, very well played as a whole here. And Poetry going to be very happy to take that win.
Yeah, I mean, such a convincing showing from Poetry. So well done. Like, it was honestly a matter of time until she took a dub this season. She just shows up and does amazingly. Sadly, a lot of the time she is defeated by my poor judgment and seeding, because I've let Ren 1, a really good player, enter 2 weeks ago. So regardless, that is it. That was URAS 2 number 30. I mean, what else is there to say? Just amazing play from everyone that entered today. Well done to our top 8 once again. AZax, Hegemony, Everest, BRB, Will, Mrimps, Sherka, and of course our winner for this week, Poetry. Anything that you would like to say? Anything you'd like to shout out, Antai?
I mean, as always, just a wonderful time being here, and I'm always glad to be on and see some very fun Rivals 2 gameplay. But either way, y'all have a wonderful time. Thank you for tuning in with us, and be sure to catch these next week. I believe they are still weekly, yes?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Every week at 7:30 CST is bracket start. Once again, if you feel like entering yourself, you can type in chat right now, !bracket. That'll send you the link to start.gg URAS 2. Check on that during any week, and it should be the most up-to-date one. With all that out of the way, as always, consider going to Arrival 3, to Somnio Nocturne. Keep an eye out for future RTCS details. We should have some more news to share with you all soon. With all of that finally out of the way, I've been Hikori, your humble TO commentator and streamer. I've been joined by the always wonderful Antai. I'd like to thank you all for watching, for participating, and we'll hopefully see you all next week. So take care, everybody.